Di rumah bukan berarti menyerah. Di rumah saja bukan berarti tak berbuat apa-apa. Hidup memang kita yang tentukan, tapi kita punya pilihan.
Memilih memutus rantai penyebaran atau justru memperparah keadaan. Kita harus berani berbuat. Ikuti semua aturan dengan taat, dan percayalah, kita manusia-manusia kuat.
Bengkulu berasal dari kata Bangka Hulu, dengan peninggalan sejarah diantaranya rumah pengasingan Bung Karno dan rumah Ibu Fatmawati, penjahit sangsaka merah putih yang menjadikan provinsi ini memiliki daya tarik tersendiri. Program gizi diselenggarakan Prodi Diploma 3 Gizi pada tanggal 1 Juli 2004 dan berganti nama jurusan gizi pada tanggal 2 Agustus 2007. Berdasarkan keputusan Menteri Kesehatan Nomor 890 Tahun 2007. Saat ini, jurusan gizi menyelenggarakan 2 program studi, yaitu Diploma 3 Gizi serta Sarjana Terapan dan Dietetika, yang beralamatkan di Jalan Indragiri Nomor 3, Padang Harapan, Kota Bengkulu.
Salam sehat. Selamat datang di jurusan gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Kami siap bersaing di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Cam Koha.
Program Diploma 3 Gizi mempunyai visi menjadi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi yang menghasilkan tenaga pelaksana pada kelompok rawan gizi secara mandiri dan kompetitif tingkat nasional tahun 2020.
Program gizi didukung dengan fasilitas ruang belajar yang nyaman dan juga laboratorium terpadu, di antaranya laboratorium kulineri, pangan, penilaian status gizi, konsultasi dan konseling gizi, organoleptik, perpustakaan, gedung teater, tempat beribadah, lingkungan yang nyaman, dan sebagai penunjang pembelajaran menempa mahasiswa yang aktif dan berinovasi. Dilitasi dengan organisasi kemahasiswaan dan unit kegiatan mahasiswa serta terlibat dalam pengabdian masyarakat.
Bengkulu is a province in the southwest of Sumatra Island. Nature, culture, and history become one, and it known as Bumi Rafflesia. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bengkulu was established on April 16, 2001. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is ready to be an excellent health college that provides professional health workers and lead to global in 2025. Our alumni have worked domestic and abroad. that spread in Japan for 63 people, Taiwan 20 people, Saudi Arabia 2 people, and Germany 1 person. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is one of the excellent state health colleges in Bengkulu province. The main campus is addressed at Jalan Indragiri, number 3, Padang Harapan, Kota Bengkulu. Meanwhile, Campus B Curug is addressed at Jalan Sabta Marga, number 95, Teladan Village, Rejang Lebong, Regency. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu is equipped with the complete and modern campus facilities to support the learning process, including the training center building has more than 2,000 meter square areas with a hall that provides 500 seats and a comfortable inn. Auditorium has more than 3,000 meter square areas that provides 1,500 people that used as a multi-purpose building for both internal and external activities of Poltek lecture buildings. Integrated laboratory consists of laboratory department of nursing, midwife, nutrition, health analyst with adequate campus equipment. Campus gazebo with 128 meter square areas used for student discussion place. Tarbiyati Sihab Mosque has 457 meter square areas for 500 people with an open room design. Port facilities. Unit of language development with internet connection and 44 computers unit for computer-based tests and online TOEFL tests. A comfortable library, the selfie corner and Selayang anti-korupsi corner. Unit of Information Technology that provides computer-based tests with 145 computers unit. Home theater that is used for audiovisual learning activities to all departments. Currently, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu has been accredited by Ban PT with predicate B, and it has 6 majors and 14 study programs that are already accredited by LAMPTKes.
Percayakan pendidikan di Anda untuk menjadi tenaga kesehatan profesional bersama Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu.
Siap, aku.
Berkualitas. Polkeslu.
Manusia.
Tes. Tes. Kok udah kedengeran yang aku? Tes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Excellency, the invited speaker of International Seminar on Food and Nutrition. Excellency, Director General of Health Personnel, Ministry of Health of Indonesia. Excellency, Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, Mrs. Eliana MPH, and Honorable Vice Director 1, Vice Director 2, and Vice Director 3. Honorable Head Center of my respectable Chair Department of Nutrition and all of Chair of Applied Degree and Associate Degree in Nutrition, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, and all participants of the seminar today. First of all, let us praise to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessing, we are able to attend this event. May peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the brightness era. I'm Dharmawati Santoso, a student of Department Nutrition of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, will guide this seminar today. Welcome to all the participants in International on Food and Nutrition. The main theme of the seminar is the perspective of functional food in handling degenerative disease. Before I read today's agenda, do you know degenerative disease is a chronic disease that affects a person's quality of life and productivity. The trend of degenerative disease is always increased and spreading in the world. But we are lucky because many of research have been implemented to prove variant has potential food for human health. Firstly, please allow me to read the agenda for today. Opening session. Welcoming speech from Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Presentation session will be divided into two sessions, will be organized by each moderator. The first session will be presented by Professor Dr. Barakatunisa from Department of Nutrition and Dietetic University Putra Malaysia and Dr. Tony Simaigoda, SKM MA from Department of Nutrition, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. The second session will be presented by Professor Yang Kiasi from Department Medical Laboratorium SP, Asia University, Taiwan, and Mr. Tetes Wahyu Widradharma, M. Biomed from Department of Nutrition, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. The last, closing. The first agenda is the opening. Let's open this event by talking Basmala together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hopefully, this event will run smoothly and successful. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor our country, let us all rise for listening of the Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. The second agenda, welcoming speech from Director Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Dear Mrs. Eliana SKM MPH, please, time is yours.
Baik, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning to all of us. Your Excellency Director General of Health, Personnel Ministry of Health Indonesia, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya MKM, the respectable our invited speaker, the academician of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, and all beloved participants. Alhamdulillah, Hirobbil Alamin, thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us mercy and blessed to meet in this virtual room in good condition. Ladies and gentlemen, first we would like to thank the Director General of Health Personnel, the invited speaker who came from Malaysia and Taiwan, and thanks to academician of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu who joined this virtual seminar. This seminar aims to add insight for participants in understanding functional food, especially in its function in handling degenerative disease. This activity not only provides information, but also provides a deeper understanding of functional food that is always experiencing rapid development. Research on functional food always experiences rapid change. Therefore, the existence of this international seminar is expected to provide the latest information and more comprehensive insight to seminar participants regarding the role and functional food in the prevention and treatment of degenerative disease. Ladies and gentlemen, the speaker we have this seminar are firstly Professor Barakatun Nisak Bindi Muhammad Yusuf from the Department of Nutrition and Dietetic Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, University Putra Rapesia, with the topic the latest issue of clinical nutrition therapy in metabolic syndrome. Secondly, Professor Yang Chi from Department of Medical and Biotechnology Laboratory Science College of Medicine and Health Science, Asia University, Taiwan, with the topic research and latest development of functional food in Taiwan. Next, Dr. Tony Cemaigoda, SKM MA, from the Department of Nutrition, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, with the topic the potential of sungkai refers to inflammation and lung disorder in mice induced by lively serides. The last, Tetes Wahyu, SST and Biomed from the Department of Nutrition, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, with the topic probiotic and its importance in disease management. The participants at this seminar were from health workers, nutrition, lecture, educational staff, and students coming from the province of Samarinda, Palembang, Gorontalo, Lampung, Palangkaraya, Medan, Padang, Banyumas, Jakarta, Palu, Yogyakarta, Jayapura, Bandung, Malang, and Kalimantan. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully this activity and provide extraordinary benefit for all seminar participants and academics community in the Bengkulu Ministry of Health Protectors. Later, we kindly ask the Director General of Health personnel to speak to the participant of this international seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, let's open this international seminar by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. Bila taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you very much for Mrs. Eliana for the electing speech as well official opening of the seminar. Well, before next agenda. For documentation, we are going to have a photo session and our committee will take your picture in every screen. So please all the participants will open the camera. The first screen, camera, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. The next screen, camera. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Next. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our main agenda. All presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Ms. Ari Krishnasari, SGZ and Biomed. Allow me to read her short CV, Ms. Ari Krishnasari. She graduated from Master of Biomedical Science, Faculty of Medicine, Andalas University, Indonesia. She currently works in Polekes, Kemenkes Bengkulu, in Department of Nutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our moderator, Ms. Ari Krishnasari. Time is yours.
Thank you, Dharma, for the warm introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon all. Good morning and good day for all participants from Indonesia and others. I am Ari Krishnasari, the first moderator of today's seminar. I'm very happy to see you and welcome all of you to this seminar. This seminar is about the perspective of functional food in handling degenerative diseases. Allow me to explain a bit about functional food. Functional foods are ingredients that offer health benefits that extend beyond their nutritional value. Nutrient-rich ingredients like fruit, vegetable, nuts, seeds, and grains are often considered as functional food as well, that boost immune system, helping prevent cell damage and certain chronic conditions, including heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. Therefore, we have our esteemed global expert here with us today to share their expertise and competencies with all of our viewers. The first is Professor Barakatun Nisak. She is an associate professor and currently holds a position as a deputy dean of academic health sciences and student affairs, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, University Putra Malaysia, or UPM. She is a member of the Research Center in Nutrition and Non-Communicable Chronic Disease, NNCD, and a research associate of the Institute for Social Science Studies in UPM. She also a practicing dietitian in the area of diabetes nutrition. Dr. Nisak received her PhD in dietetics from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, before completing the postdoctoral research fellowship at Joslin Diabetes Center, Harvard Medical School in diabetes nutrition. Area of her specialization are dietetics, clinical nutrition, diabetes and obesity nutrition, glycemic index, nutrition education. Here to discuss the current issue of clinical nutrition therapy in metabolic syndrome. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Barakatun Ishak.
Terima kasih, Madam Chairperson. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for having me today, this morning, to share on the topic that very close to my heart, metabolic disease, metabolic syndrome. Please allow me to share my slide. Okay. Alright. So, apa khabar semua?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih. Okay. So, I have been given a task to share on the topic of metabolic syndrome, and more detail in terms of current issues in clinical nutrition therapy. So, I have nothing to disclose for my presentation. Okay. This is Putrajaya. For those who have been to Malaysia, University Putra Malaysia is very close to administrative city, and that's what we call Putrajaya. And some of the iconic place in Putrajaya, this is Prime Minister office, and this is where the beautiful garden in Putrajaya, where they have a lot of steps. But unfortunately, Putrajaya has the highest obesity prevalence as well, which we do not understand why, because they have a very good facility and environment. And the best part that near to UPM, yang muda-mudi suka, adalah it's very near to the biggest shopping complex in Malaysia. It is about 5 kilometers, where you can walk and achieve our 10,000 steps just inside the building. Right. And some introduction about UPM. Hopefully in the in very near future, some of you who would like to come and visit us, this is UPM. So UPM is only about 5 to 10 minutes from the main center of administration, Putrajaya, and very close to the airport. So we are about 30 to 40 minutes from the KLIA, Kuala Lumpur International Airport. So this is our faculty. So under the Faculty of Medicine, we do have 6 programs. So we have a program of medicine and 5 programs of health sciences, which include nursing, environmental and occupational health, dietetics, where I belong to, nutrition, and biomedical science. So this is the 5 program, beside master and PhD program. So we also proud with our hospital. We had recently operated our new teaching hospital, and we call this Hospital Pengajar University Putra Malaysia. Is at the back of our Faculty of Medicine. Right, and this is the main entrance. Okay, so I look at into the map, how I can go to Bengkulu. Absolutely, I cannot drive. So it take me, if I do not know why they think that I can drive, but basically this is where UPM is, and this is Bengkulu. I haven't been here basically, so usually I was in Java lah, belum lagi berada di Sumatera. So insyaAllah in the near future, hope that we can see face to face. Alright, so let's go to the main important business of today. So I will share in terms of, I'm sure that every one of you understand what is metabolic syndrome. My role here is just to give a refresher on what is metabolic syndrome, and we know is carry a huge clinical burden. We look at into some lifestyle risk factor, and of course, the pillar of the presentation, we will look at into the current issues and treatment approaches, especially with regard to research in functional food. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So we know metabolic syndrome is more just than the waist size. Yeah, we know that visceral obesity is the main presentation of metabolic syndrome, but the new guideline of diagnosing metabolic syndrome also recommended is not only about waist size, waist circumference, but those with metabolic syndrome usually present with a cluster of health conditions that include high blood glucose, hypertension, low good cholesterol, as well as high triglyceride. Yeah. And this is the one that I mentioned, how we can diagnose metabolic syndrome. And in Asian, usually we rely on the harmonized recommendation. Yeah. So where metabolic syndrome is not only looked at into the waist circumference, which we know is very population specific in Asia, including Malaysia and Indonesia. Our waist circumference cutoff is a little bit smaller than the Caucasian. Yeah. And using the harmonized recommendation, waist circumference is not the only indicator. If the individual present with 3 of the 5 risk factors, yeah, which include either triglyceride, HDL cholesterol, blood pressure, or blood glucose, yeah, 3 of these 5 indicators, they can be diagnosed as having metabolic syndrome. Okay, so now let's look at into the clinical impact. We already understood that metabolic syndrome is a key drive factor for the development of type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular diseases. Yeah? So we know this is the burden, especially in Malaysia. Yeah? If we're talking about the prevalence in Malaysia, it's quite sad. Yeah? We are the champion in diabetes. We are also the champion in obesity. Yeah? And if you look at into the prevalence of metabolic syndrome, we are also the champion in terms of metabolic syndrome, things that we do not want to champion. Yeah? All right. So if we look at into this individual, for example, there are many factors that can contribute to the risk of having metabolic syndrome. One of them is genetic. Yeah, we can't change our genetic markup. Yeah, so if we're born with family history of metabolic syndrome, type 2 diabetes, or CVD, I always tell my patient, you already have a switch that you can switch on and switch off. And that's depending on the lifestyle. And this is what we call epigenetic. So if we can switch our lifestyle to the more positive and healthier one, then we can manipulate our gene. Yeah, although we're born with this family history of chronic diseases. So let's look at into this perspective. When the individual has a strong gene and they do not change any lifestyle, they present with visceral obesity, yeah, huge abdominal circumference, and this is created a lot of tsunami in the body. Yeah, they created the tsunami in the body because waist circumference is the indication of insulin resistance, yeah, which we cannot measure. I mean, clinically in the routine practice, we cannot measure insulin resistance. It's not part of our assessment. What we assess is only blood glucose. Yeah, so when they already happen, insulin resistance is a risk factor of inability, risk factor for high blood glucose. What does it mean by insulin resistant? The inability of insulin to do their work well. So they have a lot of insulin in their blood, in the body, but they are unable to perform their job effectively. One of the clinical presentation of the insulin resistant, yeah, mungkin adik-adik para hadirin, you have realized this, yeah. This is what we call acanthosis nigricans. Yeah, so we can't go to the salon, we can't go to any beauty center just to get rid of this. Yeah, because we need to lose certain amount of weight, practicing a healthy lifestyle, then only we can get rid of this acanthosis nigricans. If you realize, most those individuals with obesity, people with obesity, they have this kind of presentation. Yeah. And then when patient or individual is already present with insulin resistance, they already created the inflammation, vascular reactivity, and fibrinolysis. And this is all the risk factor for the development of non-communicable chronic disease. And one of them that now gaining a lot of interest is non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Yeah, I have a lot of my patients who looks very healthier, but their liver is not really functioning well. Yeah, and all of these factors will predict the development of atherosclerosis, one of the key independent cause for heart attack. Okay. Right. Now, let's look at into more detail about insulin resistance. Yeah, there is one study that reviewed the occurrence of insulin resistance in South Asian country, and they found that the two countries that stand out very well is Malaysia and Indonesia. They analyzed about 2,000 subjects, yeah, and they look at into the prevalence of insulin resistance in Southeast Asia, about 44%. Malaysia having the highest prevalence rate of 50%, and followed closely by Indonesia. So we do not want this basically. Yeah. Now, let's look at into the prevalence of metabolic syndrome. The global prevalence is only about 20%. Yeah? And this was a data back in 2008. If you look at into Malaysia, it's only about 34%. Yeah? It's already 34%, not only, it's already 34%. And most recent data shows that the prevalence of metabolic syndrome is around nearly 40 to 50%. So it's alarming. Yeah? And one of the study documented that the risk of metabolic syndrome, if individual does not take action, it will increase by 3% for every year increase in age. So we can imagine the older the individual is, they will get 3% of increment in terms of risk of metabolic syndrome. In Malaysian landscape, yeah, Indian has the highest prevalence, followed by Malay and Chinese. And we also look at into what are the socio-economic determinants for metabolic syndrome. Studies have shown that those people working and staying in urban area, yeah, they have very low socio-economic status, they are unemployed, they have lower education, and they work shift, yeah, kerja shift that will disturb their circadian rhythm, which I will elaborate more in the subsequent presentation, are the factors predict the risk of metabolic syndrome. How about in Indonesia? It was not in the table. So I look at into the data. Yeah. So kalau putih ni, the white in color means there is no data. And I look at into Bengkulu. You are so lucky. Either you have very low prevalence, which I would like to hear during this seminar, yeah, maybe get clarification from all the researcher in Bengkulu, or it's really no data in Bengkulu. Yeah, so we can discuss this further later. Okay, so the metabolic syndrome is not only affecting adults. Studies have shown that there is a growing burden in children and adolescents. Yeah, so this is the now is a prominent feature in Malaysia. You can see a lot of school children has huge abdominal circumference. They also present with acanthosis nigricans, and you know this is a common feature. Even you do not check the blood, this is common feature of metabolic syndrome. Yeah, and whatever implication that happen in adults, the same clinical implication when the children or adolescent have metabolic syndrome will affect them similarly. Yeah, so kalau in adult, they will also have a higher risk of developing type 2 diabetes. In children, they also have a similar risk. And this is a concern. Yeah. Okay. Now let's look at into more on the mechanism. Yeah. So we know that lifestyle is very important. So I'm proud to say that we are here play a critical role because we are the expert in modification the lifestyle through physical activity, yeah, a healthy diet, and this is a new area, circadian rhythm, and of course we may require our psychologists, yeah, the clinical psychologists and psychiatrists to help in improving mental health status. And all of this, if we can improve, it will lead to healthier lifestyle and stop the development of metabolic syndrome. Not to forget, environmental like food access, food security will also play a critical role beside the genetic, as I mentioned just now. And now there is also emerging evidence about the role of gut microbiota. And I think this is where Indonesia has a very good potential role with your functional food. Yeah. So now let's look at into the diet. Okay. So while do the literature search, I found very interesting article with regard to the knowledge mapping. This article, yeah, they look at into what are the publication available in the Web of Science. They identify almost 1,300 articles, and using the technique they call bibliometric analysis, they look at into what are the current hot topic in the area of metabolic syndrome and what are the dietary theme with regard to metabolic syndrome. So this is the number of paper that has been published about 10 years ago, since 2000, and you can see the number of paper on metabolic syndrome published at Web of Science has been increasing tremendously, as you can see. And when you look at into the number of paper with regard to dietary factor, is also increasing tremendously. So it's about 60 paper out of 4,000, perhaps about 10% with regard to dietary factor. Okay, so from this paper, what are the consistent hotspot theme of dietary factor that have been studied in metabolic syndrome? Okay, so number one is Mediterranean diet. Unfortunately, there is no Malaysian diet, there is no Indonesian diet. What has been studied well in the literature is about Mediterranean diet. So what is Mediterranean diet? It's a diet that characterized by 35% come from whole grain, pasta, beans, legumes, which high in fiber. They also contain about 30% of their diet come from vegetables and fruits, usually in the fresh form, followed by fish. So Mediterranean diet is very close to salmon, or fish that high in omega-3. And they also very popular with olive oil, that rich in monounsaturated fat, and very little meats, red meat, and sweet. So this is how the Mediterranean looks like. Now let's look at into their relation to metabolic syndrome. Studies have shown that by taking and consuming Mediterranean diet, the risk of metabolic syndrome reduced by 20 to 30%. And in the most recent study, Mediterranean diet also caused a greater beneficial changes in all of the parameters or marker of metabolic syndrome, where they found that Mediterranean diet changed 64% the risk factors and markers for metabolic syndrome. So it sounds very encouraging, right? And we wanted to know what make Mediterranean diet so stand out. So this paper, they look at into the dietary adequacy. We wanted to know what are the nutrient component in Mediterranean diet. So they do dietary pattern analysis. They compare with factor 1, which is Western diet, and factor 2 with Mediterranean. And they found that the Mediterranean dietary pattern, they have healthy profile of fat intake. Yeah, so you can see here, they have olive oil, explain about 30% of the diet. Yeah, 0.32 factor loading. Whereas in Western diet, there is no olive oil. Okay, and they have low proportion of carbohydrate. Yeah, and their carbohydrate come from low glycemic index properties. They do high content of dietary fiber, yeah, from whole grain, legumes, vegetables. So you can see here it's saturated in this component. All right. And the diet is also rich in antioxidant. So if we manage to consume all the food group here, it will produce or provide a lot of antioxidant compound that we know is also act as anti-inflammatory together with fish, omega-3 fatty acid. Yeah. As opposed to Western diet, if you look at into this table, you can see the diet is mainly come from red meat, processed meat, processed food, fast food, and sugar-sweetened beverages, but very low in fruits and vegetables. Yeah? Now, I would like to talk a little bit more about carbohydrate. Yeah, this is the issues not so current, but issues we have to revisit, especially in Malaysia and Indonesia. Carbohydrate is our staple main dish. Yeah? We can eat carbohydrate up to 65%, and usually it is high in glycemic index. Let's zoom into a plate of lunch of Malaysian, usual Malaysian individual. Yeah, ini nasinya very huge amount of rice, limited green. Yeah, this is also vegetable. Yeah, but very limited protein. Yeah, and they also drink. This is what I'm sure that we are all familiar. Teh tarik. Yeah, so this is all carbohydrate and all carbohydrate. And unfortunately, the main source of carbohydrate, which is white rice, is also high in glycemic index. Yeah. So as you can see in this old paper, 2 of my study, we look at into the glycemic index value of rice and bread. And we found that the most common bread that commercially available in Malaysia usually have a high glycemic index value. What is the concern of high GI? Because high GI food give a huge burden to the blood glucose level. We need more insulin to digest, to reduce the glucose level in the blood causing by high GI food, which over time will lead to the development of insulin resistance. Yeah? This is even more critical. This is a very nice study to lay out that Asian in comparison to European, despite having similar BMI, if we can see in this table, similar BMI, similar fasting blood glucose, but has different fasting insulin. So which means genetically we have higher insulin level, one of the indicator of insulin resistance. Yeah, as compared to European, although we have similar BMI and blood glucose level. So which means our insulin has to work hard to achieve the normal blood glucose level for each individual despite healthy BMI. And when we provide the same amount of cereal, this is the pattern of blood glucose level whereby the way that Asian digests cereal or carbohydrate or starch is different. So after consuming the cereal, this is Asian on the top above, Asian has 63% higher blood glucose level compared to European. And this is especially critical because most of our carbohydrate come from high GI property. Okay. There is no surprise. So when we look at the blood glucose after meal, this is a data among people with type 2 diabetes. The blood glucose level was not optimal. Yeah, so nearly 40% of the patient with type 2 diabetes had blood glucose after meal more than 10. The cutoff must be 7. So imagine majority had the glucose level after meal more than 10. And the average postprandial blood glucose or blood glucose after meal is between 11 to 13. And Malaysia is the highest, followed by Indonesia. So which means we are at the same place that have high blood glucose level after meal. And increase in blood glucose level after meal is not a good indication, even in healthy individual. Yeah, if you remember this data, so when we have high blood glucose level, our insulin has to work very hard to reduce the blood glucose level. So they pump a lot of insulin. And this is one of the indicator of insulin resistance. Yeah. And the glucose spike every after meal, for example, after breakfast, we have high GI, after lunch and after dinner, it will create a tsunami in our body. And this is the condition we call oxidative stress. It's very inflamed, to the blood vessel that lead to the development of endothelial dysfunction. Endothelial dysfunction is one of the precipitating factor for the development of atherosclerosis, the inflammation of blood vessel that lead to cardiovascular disease. Right. And this mechanism is not only for those who have type 2 diabetes, it's also happen among healthy individuals. All right. So therefore, the recommendation is to have right amount, just nice, the appropriate amount of carbohydrate, and choose the right type of carbohydrate, come from whole grain carbohydrate with high in fiber. Although fruits, certain tropical fruit like banana have a higher GI than temperate fruit like apple, but is still under the category of low GI carbohydrate. But we have to control the amount. If we eat a lot of low GI food, our glycemic load is also increased. So it's not a good exercise as well. Yeah. So whole grain carb with high fiber produce a lower glucose response than the simple carb like white rice, white bread, and teh. Yeah. And this kind of food will also help to reduce gastric emptying, make us feel more satiety, and will help in reducing body weight. And reducing body weight is a main therapy or is a main treatment for metabolic syndrome. Yeah. So in our study, we give low GI to the patient with type 2 diabetes, and the same people has to eat the high GI breakfast meal in subsequent week. So what we found that with isocaloric low GI diet, is help to reduce blood glucose after meal nearly 40% and is significant at 1 hour and 2nd hour, and also reduce the insulin concentration up to 30%. So we reduce the insulin burden up to 30%. And this will be a good indicator for the improvement of metabolic syndrome. And this is how the breakfast meal, we use bread-based diet. Yeah? Okay, how to achieve low glycemic index carbohydrate? So we do a comparison, we do the food analysis, we look at into the diet GI, and we classify those under the quartile 1 versus those under the quartile 4. And we found there is a distinct differences in terms of dietary intake. So those following a low GI diet, usually their diet rich in rice come from basmati or parboiled rice, bread from the whole grain, they eat pasta more, they eat more temperate fruits like orange and apple, they have biscuit come from low GI varieties, and they drink sufficient amount of milk and dairy products, like cheese and yogurt. Whereas those consuming high glycemic index diet, they are mainly eat like rice, bread, Starchy vegetable come from potato or yam, condensed milk, susu pekat manis, eat frequent roti canai, and they also have miscellaneous food like jam. And this is the interesting data when we comparing the blood glucose between those at quartile 4 versus quartile 1. So the drop in HbA1c, a marker of glycemic control, is significantly different. So those at quartile 1, they have a better drop in A1c. Okay, other technique that can be used to reduce the blood glucose after meal. This is a new recommendation we call food order. So eat your carbohydrate last. Start eating by eating protein and vegetable first. So this is a study conducted in the United States. So they found that when we change the order of the food, rather than we eat carb first, when people are giving protein and vegetable first, their glucose response is more stable, as opposed to those eating carbohydrate first or mix them like in our traditional way of eating. So there is no difference between when you mix or you eat carb first, as opposed to those individual when they eat protein and veggie first. The Japanese researcher has replicated this study, and they change the way of eating by consuming protein first and followed by a bowl of rice. What they found that in terms of blood glucose level, those eating protein first, has better glucose control than those who eat their rice first. This also similar pattern between those with healthy individual as well as in type 2 diabetes. So if you can see here, those white and pattern bar is either protein based, fish or chicken. And those in black bar is white rice. So significantly different between the two diets. And they are also found that by change the way that the meals they eat, they call meal sequence, they also improve the hormone that predict satiety. So they enhance glucagon and GLP-1 secretion. So as simple as when they modulate the food order. This is also another interesting study from a group in Portugal and in Japan. They look at into how if they ask individual to eat veggie first. So those in green color is the pattern when they ask to eat vegetable first followed by carbohydrate. So as you can see in the slide, no matter whether they are normal glucose tolerance status or they are having type 2 diabetes, the green color is always better. Indicating that when we ask people to eat vegetable first, their blood glucose response over the whole day is much way better as opposed when they eat carbohydrate. Right. Now, there are also one functional food that we are looking right now, and this is called Morus alba, daun extract mulberry here, which we found that when we make it as a product, this is a product produced by one of the company called Nestle and is available worldwide. So I'm not producing the product, I'm only the one who do the analysis, the clinical trial. So we found that when this mulberry leaf extract, the powder is being put in their main carbohydrate source, they produce a lower response than the placebo. And they also look at into whether or not they should consume before, or during the test meal. So as you can see, when they consume before, it does not really have an impact. But when they eat together with the main meal, this is where the impact of mulberry leaf, act or reduce the blood glucose response become more significant. Okay. So how mulberry leaf extract work is by binding with carbohydrate. They work to the enzyme called alpha glucosidase inhibitor. So they act by acting and work together with alpha glucosidase inhibitor to reduce the blood glucose level. Okay, so we know when patients improve their insulin resistant state, it is also a sign that they reduce the accumulation of visceral fat, because excessive fat that accumulated in the abdominal area is one of the signs that insulin resistance taking place. And one of the interesting animal model, I love this paper. Although it's very old paper, but they give a very good indication that low glycemic index diet can help in reducing the fat mass, especially at the abdominal area. So they did a study among rats. They provide high GI versus low GI. They control their energy intake and they try to maintain their body weight. So what they found that at the end of 18 weeks, the body composition different between the two groups. So those rats eating high GI have higher abdominal obesity, as compared to those rats as low GI, that eating low GI. And they also do dissection, and this is how the dissection of the area, of the rat. So this is the low GI. You can see it's very clear. We can see all the organ. Whereas those rats that consuming high GI, the organ can't really be seen. It's all this limuti, this full of fat. Okay. All right. We have been talking about diet, which I'm focusing on the carbohydrate, the low GI, because that's very relevant to Malaysia and Indonesia, being an Asian country who eat a lot of carbohydrate food. Now let's move on to the second topic that I would like to choose, circadian rhythm. This is especially true when people look into socio-economic determinant and how does it predict metabolic syndrome. They found that those working at shift is the one who have a higher risk of developing metabolic syndrome, which could be related to the circadian rhythm that are very niche nowadays. Okay, so what is circadian rhythm? Circadian rhythm refers to the physical, mental, and behavioral change that occur in human over 24 hours period, and is usually regulated by the light or darkness of the surrounding. So we usually, when we have evening time, for example, so biasanya kita sebelum midnight, so we are already have some melatonin secretion start around 9 p.m. at night, to give us, to prepare us to go to sleep. But unfortunately, nowadays, this is where people start to eat. By right, they have to eat before the evening time to give some preparation for the body to rest. So if you can see here, this is the best time in the afternoon. If we follow the circadian rhythm, it's the best time to go for exercise, because this is where the body are well prepared for moving, fastest reaction, and development of the muscle strength. But unfortunately now I also have seen in Malaysia, I'm not sure whether it's good or not, where this is people eat, and this is where people do their exercise activity. There is no study so far to compare, but if we look at into the circadian rhythm, this is how the body by right working on their function. And there is an interesting study to show that when there is a disrupt circadian clock, eat very late at night, what they found that, for example, eating at night and night shift worker, also some mutation will lead to some mutation in circadian clock gene. And exposure to light at night, looking into the handphone, do work at night like computers, these have been shown to disrupt the circadian clock, the melatonin just now that we mentioned. And disruption in circadian clock lead to metabolic syndrome. And they call this concept as circadian misalignment. And circadian misalignment are the risk factor of most of the chronic disease. One of the example that my patient told me, she was on one of the medication to lose weight because Saxenda, medication that will enhance the GLP-1 secretion. So they have to jab themselves once daily. So in a week, when he jabbed the medication, but he sleep very late because of the working requirement, he has to finish his job, his weight loss is not very much. As opposed when he sleep early, and he take his medication, that will help him to reduce a lot more weight, by 3 kilo, as opposed to when he can't sleep well. So that's also one of the case study to indicate the importance of circadian clock. And this is some of the picture to visualize how Malaysians are very out of order when it comes into circadian rhythm. You can see the restaurant here open 24 hours. I cannot imagine how people are eating around the clock, especially when there is a football, and this is where people are gathered and eat, especially during weekend. And studies have shown that people typically eat for more than 12 hours each day. So imagine most of their time are spent on eating, and the average is 15 hours a day. So we are having 24 hours, and 15 hours from our time are dedicated to eat. And no wonder we experience a surge in obesity and metabolic syndrome. So this is more interesting visualization, to show the average eating window over time. Okay. All right. So therefore, people are start thinking about a new eating pattern. And now they realize that not only about what to eat, when to eat is also important when it comes into management of metabolic syndrome. And in this example is when the blood glucose is high, a condition known as diabetes. And one of the interesting dietary pattern that they have studied is about intermittent fasting. So this is various type of intermittent fasting. They can be alternate day fasting, periodic fasting, and time restricting eating. So the concept of intermittent fasting, whereby people are giving about 8 hours window of eating, and 16-hour window of fasting, or 14-hour window of fasting, and 10 hours window of eating. And so there is ada ruang untuk makan dan ruang untuk berpuasa. It is more simplified, that it perceived as more simplified dietary technique, and it focusing on when to eat rather what to eat, but study is still controversial. But let me bring you to the attention why intermittent fasting come into the interest of many people nowadays. As you can see, it has gained popularity. It became the first diet trend in 2020 among Americans. And this is especially true during the pandemic of COVID-19, where people would like to promote a healthy immune system and help them live longer. And intermittent fasting has been known to increase the longevity. So the idea comes from one of the Nobel Prize winner, Dr. Yoshinori Ushumi, when they look at into the discovery of mechanism for autophagy. So what is autophagy? Autophagy is a natural process that helps our body to self-clean, destroy or recycle unwanted molecule and dysfunctional part to a new one. So in bahasa mudahnya kita kata kemas, macam kemas rumah, spring cleaning. So that's what is autophagy. So one of the factor that can induce autophagy is by fasting. And Ramadan fasting is one of them. That's why we understood that why we are so looking forward for Ramadan fasting. Other than fasting, exercise and some nutraceutical or drug will also lead to improvement in autophagy. So fasting, in principle, activate the AMPK cell, leading to the upregulation of the autophagy activity. Yeah, so they reduce activity of mTOR pathway, and when there is a reduction in mTOR pathway activity, we can see the health benefit, such as it helps to reduce or inhibit fat storing and help in promoting weight loss. Yeah, and this is how reducing inactivity of mTOR pathway is also lead to better health and give more energy. Yeah. Okay. Now let's look at into more detail. If you are interested in this concept, you can actually go to a study by Dr. Panda. He's indeed has apps, yeah, at the Salk Institute of Biological Study. So he start by looking into the rats model. Yeah. So when the rats, yeah, is giving the isocaloric, the same calorie, yeah, and 60% high fat diet, they do not modulate the type of meal, but what they did is they modulate the eating time. So the first rat is give the diet, and they just put the diet, the food, and the rats have access to the food ad libitum. They can eat anytime they want, 24 hours in a day. Whereas the other group of rats is giving a time-restricted feeding. They only asked to eat between 9 to 10 hours, not more than that. So at the end of the study, they found that those rats that are being giving the time-restricted diet, they are more healthier, they are more lean and fit as opposed to the rat who asked to eat anytime they want. Yeah, so they become a metabolic disturbance. They have obesity, dyslipidemia, increase in blood glucose, and reduced physical activity. Yeah? So, but this is an animal study. So Dr. Panda and the team also piloted the same model, yeah, where they ask people to fast 10 hours, yeah, 10-hour time restricted eating among 19 individuals with metabolic syndrome. It's a 12-week study. So what do they found? Those following time restricted eating, they had better weight loss, they reduced waist circumference, they reduced their HbA1c, a marker of blood glucose level, yeah. They reduce their time of eating from 15 hours a day to 10 hours eating time only. So kalau dia makan pukul 7 pagi breakfast, dia akan stop pukul, kalau 10 jam berarti dia akan stop pukul 5 petang. Dan kemudian dia berpuasa the whole day. Yeah? And they also reduce their calorie intake accidentally by 200. But unfortunately, they also drop 6% in daily activity count. So when they don't eat enough, yeah, that will lead to reduction in physical activity. So as a dietitian, nutritionist, we have to pay attention on it. Now let's look at into their glucose level.
Pardon me, Prof, you have 3 minutes left.
Okay, so they measure the blood glucose level, and they found that those under the restricted eating have better glucose level, as you see in the blue color. All right. Okay. So to recap, other area that become very interesting nowadays, yeah, in the focus research, they look at into fiber. In well-developed research area in metabolic syndrome is fish oil and vitamin C. And what is emerging research is prebiotic and probiotic. Yeah? So it's very relevant, especially the disturbance in gut microbiota. And when we talk about prebiotic, we also need good bacteria, and the combination of two is called a symbiotic that has been shown to improve, yeah, the obesogenic environment in the body. Yeah. So, and one of the study that have looked at into probiotic and prebiotic known as fermented food. And this is, I think, what I would like to learn from Indonesian colleague, yeah, especially with your staple food of tempeh. Yeah, they provide tempeh to a rats, and they found in many of the study is help to improve the SCFA, short chain fatty acid, and also all the marker to the metabolic syndrome. But in Malaysia, tempeh is usually eaten fried, which diluted the benefits. So this is what I would like to learn from Indonesian colleague. Yeah. So when we manage metabolic syndrome, it's quite confusing. Basically, they come with various aspects, and we do not know which one we should tackle first. Yeah, it's like this cartoon. They present with 5 metabolic risk factors, but bear in mind that there is no one size fits all. This is where the role of dietitian, nutritionist in this area is important, because you know better to your patient or to your population. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Barakatunnisa, for sharing all this valuable insight with us. Such beautiful Malaysia, such beautiful speakers, and people in Indonesia and Malaysia have the same pattern. Kita juga punya teh tarik di sini, Prof.
Yes, yes.
Dari Padang. Please, Prof. Barakatun, stay with us until the Q&A session.
Yes, I will. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let us take it a step further with our second speakers, Dr. Tony Cortis Maigoda. Dr. Tony, he is an associate professor in nutrition department of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. He obtained a master degree from interprofessional health and community care, Bournemouth University, UK, England, and doctorate from Fakultas Ekologi Manusia IPB, Institut Pertanian Bogor. Here to discuss the potency of sungkai leaves towards inflammation and lung edema in rats induced by LPS. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Tony Cortis Maigoda.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present our research. This study is divided into phases. They are in vitro and in vivo investigation. This presentation will be explore our second research. The first research is aiming to screen the phytochemical properties and to find out the antioxidant activity at TIR in sungkai leaves as an in vitro investigation. This research is to search the potency of sungkai leaves toward biomarker inflammation and acute respiratory distress diseases using rats Wistar as an animal model. Okay, this is my outline of my presentations. This is a brief curriculum, has been read by the moderator. Okay. I would like to tell you a little bit more about acute respiratory distress syndrome. It is a kind of multifactorial lung organ disorders and would be continue to be associated with higher rates of morbidity and mortality because it is characterized by pulmonary edema or inflammation causing hypoxia and multi-organ failure due to immune response and excessive production pro-inflammatory cytokine. This encourages the importance of finding other sources of antimicrobial and antivirus drugs from natural ingredients. Sungkai leaves have bioactive compounds such as peronine. It is found out by Gawa 1994 and immunostimulant by Grestina 2012. Antipyretic, antiplasmodium, and anti-inflammation by Yani 2013. And lastly, The ethanol extract of Pheronema canescens leaves, which also contain alkaloid, flavonoid, saponin, tannin, and steroid, by Maiguda et al. 2022. So, therefore, it is necessary to conduct in vivo study by giving sunkai leaf extract with an experimental design on biomarkers of inflammation, tumor necrosis factor alpha, immunity or total lymphocyte, and lung edema in male rats. We're using Wister's strain as an animal model and could be continued to humans. Since its first description in 1967, acute lung injury and acute respiratory distress syndrome have been known as common and lethal diseases, with mortality ranging from 25% to 40% by Konjong et al. 2015. Our first research is find out there's in first research in vitro investigation, we found that there are 6 bioactive compounds or phytochemical are detected in sunkai leaves, such as alkaloid, flavonoid, tannin, polyphenolic, and steroid. Maiguda et al. 2022. We can see there that the extract ethanol is positive for alkaloid by major test, flavonoid also, and followed by saponin. Saponin is negative, tannin and polyphenolic test positive, and steroid is positive. Furthermore, the other potential of sunkai leaf, is also found that sunkai leaf has a higher potential antioxidant activity and has a better infrared spectroscope inside the cell of sunkai leaves. So, the main purpose of our second study is to determine the effect of treatment on sunkai leaves extract or Pheronema canescens jack on biomarkers of inflammation, especially TNF-alpha, total lymphocyte, in order to accentuate immunity, and lung edema in male rats using Wistar strain. Therefore, we would like to know how better bioactive compound and nutritional substances to decrease inflammation, boosting immune function, and to minimize lung edema in rats. So there are a variety of material we have been using to conduct this research. The sample used in this study was ethanol extract of the leaf Pheronema canescens leaf in dry extract with constant weight. The fresh ingredient for canescens leaf, synonym name sunkai in Indonesia, were obtained in Bengkulu City, Bengkulu Province, Sumatra Island, Indonesia. About 96% ethanol solvent obtained from PT Baratako Chemical Bandung. Meanwhile, the quercetin compound was obtained from Merck, Darmstadt, Germany. The analytical quality level of chemical is used in this study. The fresh ingredient for Pheronema canescens leaves, or synonym name sunkai in Indonesia, ELISA analysis was performed following Kit's manual, the 10F-alpha cytokine. Lipopolysaccharide toxin is taken from protein of Escherichia coli. The dose of lipopolysaccharide as an inflammatory inducer in the respiratory system was 5 milligram kilogram weight, according to research conducted by Lee et al. 2019. The test animal were used 30 Wistar strain rates obtained from Iratko Veterinary Laboratory Bogor, which were randomly grouped into 6 groups. Okay, this research is experimental with randomized block design. Yeah, this research is follow up to the previous years in vitro tests carried out of Integrated Laboratory of Health Poltekkes Ministry of Health Bandung and Iratko Bogor Laboratory IPB Bogor. We can see here the picture describe the method and how handle the rats, the process of lung surgery, then induction process of LPS by injection the rats. Okay, this is experimental design. There are 6 groups in this study. There are normal control without induced by LPS, negative control induced by LPS but not treated, imbus group induced by LPS and treated by imbus, vitamin C plus imbus induced by LPS treated by vitamin C plus imbus, and group of treated vitamin C induced by LPS, and the last group, the group of Sungkai lip induced by LPS and treated by Sungkai lips. Each group contained 5 rats. So I would like to explain more detail about the methodology. We start male rats aged about 8 to 12 weeks. Weighing is around 180 to 125 grams. Were obtained from BP POM Jakarta or School of Pharmacy ITB. We are using to test breeding laboratory. SIG-FRO Pharmacology Laboratory is ITB. And the raw material for rat consumption is using standard feed, is called D12492. Several ELISA reader equipment to calculate inflammation parameter and also total lymphocyte. Total lymphocytes were taken from the spleen organ of rat. We have to surgery to open the spleen of the rats. The lymphocyte proliferation in the form of increased production of lymphoblasts, which will then become lymphocyte in the spleen. Macroscopically, it can be seen with the enlargement of lymphoid organs. The spleen is peripheral lymphoid organ and part of immune system. And the next ingredient, imbus at dose 32.5 milligram per kilogram body weight, rats or 6.5 per 200 gram body weight, or mice, and vitamin C at dose 45 milligram per kilogram body weight, or mice, or 9 milligram to 100 gram weight of rats. The combination of imbus and vitamin C is, the dose is 9 milligram per 200 gram body weight rats. What is scientific finding? Yeah. It is very interesting weight gain statistic of rats after induction of ARDS on day 7 after treatment on day 14. We can see here the highest weight gain occurred in group treated by vitamin C. You can see here. Yeah, it is a vitamin C. And followed by rats treated by Sungkai lips. And other have almost similar weight gain. So there is no difference about the weight except the sungkai leaf and vitamin C. So by looking after the surgery, the all of lungs, we can see that the result of microscopy observation of breast lung among treatment after 14 days. We can see the picture, all of lung rats taken after 14 days intervention. By observation only, we can see the color of surface of lung rats in the group of sungkai leaves had a similar result with vitamin C treatment. However, in order to get index score, we should use IMG software. Yeah. This is histopathology analysis. Yeah. We can see the different color of different type of treatment. The surface pulmonary rats, especially group treated by vitamin C and imbus, have similar color. However, it should be scoring by edema index in order to see the differentiate by score. Now we can see here, yeah, this is very interesting. Normal control without induced by LPS is 35.86%. Is almost the same with sungkai leaf, 37.77%. Yeah. So, moreover, after calculating by IMG software, the lung organ weight with edema clearly showed the lung organ weight treatment by sungkai leaf had similar outcome with the group of rat treated by vitamin C and imbus. Therefore, sungkai leaf has a powerful ingredient and antioxidant level to decrease edema in pulmonary rats. The potential mechanism is the properties of bioactive compound of sungkai leaves, such as alkaloid, flavonoid, saponin, tannin, and steroid play an important role in downregulate the secretion level and protein expression level of interferon alpha and beta in macrophage, inhibit the proliferation of virus, improve pulmonary interstitial edema caused by endotoxin. Han 2020, study of meta-analysis and randomized control trial. Another randomized control trial study by Fowler et al. 2019 pointed out that the preclinical research in early sepsis revealed that vitamin C prevented sepsis-induced cytokines such that active sequester neutrophil in lung. So this is another mechanism, the role of bioactive compounds. This mechanism tries to explain the metabolic secondary properties, alkaloid, flavonoid, saponin, tannin, and steroid, to improve vasoconstrictions and inflammation in patients with ARDS. This is the kind of mechanism we can see the IgA, angiotensin converted enzyme 2. Yeah, this is renin. So, furthermore, we use flan or hemp as a sungkai leaf. Plant product has been used as a traditional medicine to help human health, especially to boost mitochondrial function, anti-inflammation, scavenge oxidative stress, cardiac hypertrophy. Qingqing Liu and Yu Huang, 2016. Plant product or herbs demonstrate protective effect in CVD, cardiovascular disease, by attenuating damage in cardiomyocyte endothelial cell, vascular smooth muscle cell, and macrophage monocyte in VSMS plant product herb show the beneficial effect by inhibiting expression or activity of contractile and structural protein, modulating expression of HAM or extracellular matrix. Protein, glycoprotein, regulating calcium level, and attenuating proliferation and migration, alleviating inflammation, and improving mitochondrial functions. Okay, this is the picture is the measurement pulmonary edema index was carried out by weighing the dry weight of and wet weight of lungs of the test animal. The dry weight divided by wet weight multiplied by 100%, and using ANOPA with P 0.0064. Statistically, sungkailip had been approved, strongly associated in decreasing pulmonary index. One rat in sungkailip had the lowest index of edema and similar with normal control. We can see that. The black point is red. This is 5. Every point, this is a rat. So Down Sunkai lives as a lowest index edema, similar with normal without inducing LPS. So 10 alpha level inflammatory marker measured from red blood serum taken from tails. We can see here inflammation biomarker 10 alpha was little bit higher. Yeah, we can see that little bit higher. Little bit higher given sungkailip and treated by vitamin C and imbus and vitamin C imbus. However, still significantly improved. Total white blood cell as an indicator of infection after treated 7 days clearly seen that had a strong anti-infection and almost similar with normal control. After 14 days, one rat had the lowest white blood cell. We can see here. Lymphocyte. What's wrong with lymphocyte? Lymphocyte marker in day 7 still high and about 40. However, after 14 days treatment, a group treated by vitamin C and imbus had the lowest level of lymphocyte. In contrast, the group was treated by sungkailip still not changed significantly. Hemoglobin. There is no significantly different in hemoglobin level in this study. However, after 7 days treatment, rats treated by sungkailip had a highest level of hemoglobin level similar with normal lip. We can see that here, similar with normal lip. After 14 days, intervention rat sungkailip group still have a high level of hemoglobin compared with vitamin C and vitamin C plus imbus group. Conclusion, I would like to convey our conclusion. In conclusion, this study showed the success of acute respiratory distress syndrome modeling with LPS at a dose of 5 mg/kg bird weight. Sungkailip are effective in overcoming pulmonary edema and lung damage due to RDS, as shown as the result macroscopic and histological observation in rats. The administration of sungkailip have the same effectiveness of vitamin C. It is also shown that no negative effect during the study seen from the clinical symptom observed. analysis of inflammatory marker 10F-alpha showed that there was still an inflammatory response in the lung during tests. We would like to convey some recommendation regarding this study. Firstly, it is essential to continue next research in order to know the lowest dosage and high dosage are still useful to boost immune system and improve lung disorders. Secondly, sungkai leaf is an original herb from Indonesia, especially in Sumatra Island, which could be developed as a nutraceutical and boost human health, especially strengthening immune system and anti-inflammation. Thank you so much for your participation in this seminar and see you in another seminar. Have a nice day. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Big thank for Dr. Tony for taking us the new perspective of daun sungkai. And also please, Dr. Tony, to stay with us until the Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the Q&A session. All the audience, please ask your question by raising your hand, or you can type your question in the chat box, and I'm going to read them for you. This section is divided into 2 sections, and there are 3 questions of each section. Okay, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have already had 2 questions here. The first one is coming from Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang from Mrs. Afriana Siregar. Mrs. Afriana Siregar asked to Prof. Barakatun, what kind of food that act as a protective food and food that act as promote metabolic syndrome, especially in Asia.
Okay, terima kasih Ibu Moderator dan terima kasih Afriana. It's a very good question. Yeah. So what kind of food that can act as a protective against metabolic syndrome? We have learned the component that are protective to metabolic syndrome require a diet of food that high in whole grain, bijirin penuh, fiber, fruits and vegetable, fish, milk and dairy product. So ini adalah food group yang diperlukan untuk protect kepada metabolic syndrome. Dan makanan-makanan ini, all these food provide low glycemic impact to the body. Whereas diet that can promote the development of the metabolic syndrome include sugars. In our study, for example, we found that the consumption of sugars during the pandemic of COVID-19, even at the recommended level of less than 10%, still related to the cause of metabolic syndrome. Jadi kalau when we talk to the participant, sugars are the things that will be promoted, what will be the food that will enhance the development of metabolic syndrome. How about traditional food? Our ulam-ulam, our local vegetable salad is rich in polyphenol. So that can be looked into, and our tempeh, tahu, tempeh, all fermented food is rich in lactic acid bacteria, and this LAB has been shown to be able to improve the feature of metabolic syndrome, in particular the gut microbiome, as the short chain fatty acid, and finally the blood glucose level. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Barakatun. We have another question for you from Betty Josephine, Bunda Betty, ma'am. She asked, how the mechanism of the gut macrobiotic relates to metabolic syndrome?
Very interesting question, yeah. I'm not really people who are working on the mechanistic area. I'm the one who really translate the research into the practice. But basically, what I have done in the previous study, we look at into the fecal, the fecal component of the people who has metabolic syndrome versus lean individual. What we found that the concentration of certain good bacteria in those metabolic syndrome is very less. And this bad bacteria, the proportion of certain bacteria reduce certain, we call this a short chain fatty acid, that will influence the metabolic feature of the metabolic syndrome. So that's how they work on. So basically all probiotic and prebiotic will start to influence the microbiome composition, and this microbiome composition will influence the SCFA, short chain fatty acid, the metabolite of SCFA, like glutamate, and this is important for the improvement of metabolic syndrome feature.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Barakatun.
Yeah, Ibu.
I have many questions to you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. I am Betty Yosefin from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. I think your presentation very important and I am interesting. But in Indonesia, some food have low GI, such as pisang Ambon or pisang kepok. But if we consume for prevent increasing blood glucose level, kontradiksi in recommended TGS tumpeng gizi seimbang, fruit can consume 3 until 5 portions. How many bananas can decrease GI, and when is the right time to consume bananas? And then one more, beside blood glucose level parameter, parameter HB1C can be used for indicate DM, diabetes mellitus. How accurate HB1C to assessment to assess diabetes mellitus? Yes, Barakatuh. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih Ibu Betty. Cantik bunganya ya.
Ya, saya dari Bali.
Oh, begitu. Okay. So basically it's a very important question. The first one is about banana in Indonesia, which generally low in glycemic index, but when it consumed, it's increased the blood glucose level. So when it comes into banana, it's quite challenging basically, Ibu. Number one, we have to know, how ripe, berapa masak banana itu. Sekiranya ia terlebih masak, dan ia akan menyebabkan penghasilan glukos fruktosnya tinggi, jadi GI-nya akan naik. Sekiranya dia belum masak, jadi dia hanya separuh masak, dia masih belum masak ranum, ripeness. So dia masih mempunyai resistance starch yang banyak, jadi itu yang membantu menurunkan GI. Jadi it's quite tricky sebenarnya. Kalau kita bercakap tentang pengambilan pisang kepada pesakit, soalnya kita kena minta jangan masak sangat, pastikan ia just nice because of the resistance starch. Number two, although banana is good, rich in antioxidant and potassium that can reduce blood pressure, too much good thing is not good as well. Too much exercise to our body is not good. Too much fruits is also not good. Jadi they have to understand how much they have to eat. So usually one serving is about one exchange of banana at one time. So if those without diabetes, they can consume fruits about 2 to 3 serving in a day, as part of their carbohydrate recommendation. But for healthy individual, if we follow Mediterranean diet, for example, they recommend fruits up to 5 serving. But don't eat this all 5 serving at one time. Because when you eat too much at one time, it will still give higher impact to the blood glucose level. Okay, so that's with regard to banana. Second question with regard to HbA1c. Yeah, it is a gold standard of measuring the glycemic parameter for the past 2 to 3 months in people with type 2 diabetes. Yeah, and HbA1c is a marker for combination of gula berpuasa dan juga gula selepas makan dalam tempoh 2-3 bulan. Jadi dia adalah kumulatif kepada kedua-dua parameter. Jadi kita biasa kan pesakit kita sangat bijak. Esok mau berjumpa doktor, hari sebelumnya dia berpuasa bersungguh-sungguh supaya fasting blood glucose-nya cantik. Walau bagaimanapun kita di klinik kita tidak tengok fasting blood glucose. We see HbA1c because it is reflect the blood glucose control over the past 2 to 3 months. Yeah. Yeah, I hope it's answering your question.
Any comment, Ma'am Betty? Okay, I think.
Okay, thank you, Miss. In Indonesia, I am my study about gut microbiota to stunting, ya, feces and water. Kami periksa dan ternyata memang terkait dengan stunting. Tetapi saya berpikir tadi bagaimana gut microbiota itu berkontribusi terhadap metabolisme sindrom. Itu saya berpikir-pikir di mana kejadiannya kalau di stunting dia terjadi komposisi yang tidak normal di mana non patogennya lebih sedikit dibanding dengan patogennya. Yang kemudian kita berikan probiotik like lactobacillus, like bifidobacteria in male bisa memperbaiki decrease microbiota patogen, but for metabolic syndrome I am bingung.
Bingung ya Ibu.
Mana kejadiannya?
Saya rasa Bu sama
ya, berarti
ya,
tinggal komposisinya aja yang berbeda ya.
Ya, Firmicute and Bacteroidetes. Ya, di mana ia berbeza dalam kalangan mereka yang mempunyai huge abdominal obesity. Jadi di sini dia akan mengganggu di
I see. Okay. Thank you,
Miss. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Barakatan, for the answer. We have one more at the chat box. Miss Vivi Cecilia Humairo has raised hand. Please, are you with us? Vivi, Miss Vivi. Vivi Cecilia, are you with us? Okay, we go to the next questioner from who has raised hand. Oh, Mrs. Meriwati. Please, Meriwati.
Okay, Miss Ari, thank you. You look beautiful today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Barakatun, welcome to Department of Nutrition at Health Polytechnic of the Bengkulu, Ministry of Health. Bengkulu is one of the provinces in Indonesia located off the island of Sumatra, close to the island of resident Mrs. Barakatun. Agreed? Okay. I have two questions, Mr. Barakatun. I'm sorry. Can I call you Mrs.
Nisa? Yeah, just panggil Nisa. Yeah.
Nisa. Okay, Mrs. Nisa. The first question, the theoretical this metabolic syndrome is closely related the past nutrition status. As if we know the impact of long-term stunting, can describe this phenomena or condition in Malaysia. The second question, what the best intervention strategies when this metabolic syndrome is counted in our community, especially in Indonesia and Malaysia. And just we compare this strategy intervention can we do with our community today and the next time.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Nisa, and happy. Your smile is very today happy.
Yeah, inshallah. Thank you. Yeah, Bengkulu, I Googled some of the picture, yeah, when Dr. Tony approached me. Bengkulu is very nice, yeah, you have a very nice beach, yeah. So basically, Ibu Meriwati, terima kasih. Soalannya sangat betul, yeah. Especially now in Malaysia, we experiencing double burden of obesity and stunting. And we know malnutrition, either obesity or underweight or stunting, yeah, is related to long, even during when they are in the, in the fetal, yeah, during pregnancy. And this is what we learn from the Barker hypothesis. Kan? Jika ibunya semasa hamilkan dulu adalah kurang berat badan, tidak cukup vitamin, tidak cukup zat, nutriennya, ya, nutrisinya tidak baik, dia akan melahirkan anak-anak yang juga tidak cukup berat. And we know if the mothers has gestational diabetes, in our study, for example, we really look into post GDM, post gestational diabetes, and we found that the same environmental effect, this is what we call epigenetic, will also affect the children. Yeah. So now we are basically in a very critical period. We have to deal with children who are stunting, and these stunted children, if we do not intervene now, they will become adult with chronic disease. Yeah. So if the children is a girl, children, the kid, yeah, the girl, then they get pregnant, become a woman and get pregnant, she also will deliver a stunted kids. So the cycle is non-stop. And this is what we learned from the Barker hypothesis, how the environment, the epigenetic, yeah, will affect the subsequent gene. Okay, so and the strategies. Okay, so in Malaysia, what we do, because I'm working in the hospital, so things that we usually do in our patient with metabolic syndrome is look at into the sign and symptom. And usually the origin is obesity. Yeah. So if we can help patient with metabolic syndrome to reduce their weight by 5 to 10%, yeah, that will really help them to improve the metabolic syndrome feature. And usually I use 5 things. Reduce weight, they must achieve at least 7% weight loss. The higher, the better. They must eat, reduce their fat intake, combine their carbohydrate with whole grain so that we achieve low glycemic index, eat sufficient vegetable and fruits, and exercise at least 150 minutes. Okay. But the component, the detailed component must be localized because Indonesia has different food intake, yeah, and Malaysian, although the same, but different way of preparation. We know that when we provide appropriate advice, suit to their cultural, it will increase the adherence. Patuh kepada rawatan. Yeah? So itu 5 perkaranya, Bu. Okay. Ya, Ibu Ari, saya kembali ke Ibu.
Okay, thank you. Last question from.
Ini ada untuk Dr. Tony ini.
Ya, untuk Dr. Tony dari Palembang juga. What the question is, what kind of nutrition specific for immunology according to proximate result? Dr. Tony, are you with us?
Yeah, thank you. This is a good question from Apriana. We are very sorry, proximate analysis, we don't conduct proximate analysis in our study. But so far, the role of phytochemical that has been approved to reduce inflammation and to increase immune system by seeing the lymphocyte marker. So, and then we have already know this is an animal model research. So we need to continue directly to apply to human as a preclinical study. Yeah, because we would like to know the precise dosage. The lowest and the highest doses is beneficial for human. We have to be careful about this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Mr. Tony for the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, we already have 3 questions and from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu as an appreciation for to our speaker or distinguished speaker. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu would like to present the certificate for Professor Barakatunisak and Dr. Tony. We please the Vice Director 1, Mr. Agung Riyadi, SCAP MKes, to give the appreciation certificate to our speakers.
Okay.
Mr.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ari. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning. We would like to thank Associate Professor Dr. Barakatunisak and Dr. Tony Simegoda SKMMA for the presentation made during this seminar. On this most recent occasion, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu also presented a certificate to speaker and as a token of appreciation. Thanks very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much as well.
Terima kasih Pak Agung.
Terima kasih Pak Agung.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agung Riyadi. And ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the panel session. Before it, I would like to take conclusion from what speakers presented. From the first speaker, Prof. Barakatun, we already know metabolic syndrome is a condition of at least 3 of the cardiovascular risk factor: obesity, excessive visceral fat storage, dyslipidemia, hypertension, and hyperglycemia, or type 2 diabetes. It is a state of insulin resistance, oxidative stress, and chronic inflammation. Functional food have high metabolic syndrome and the scientific evidence to support their use. Functional food can reduce cardiovascular diseases through several cellular mechanisms. And from the second speaker, Dr. Tony, nutraceutical represent a special group of healthcare product, and daun sungkai as a nutraceutical has the same effectiveness as vitamin C. I'd like to thank to the speakers for the informative and interesting presentation today, and all the audience for the very active participation. Please give applause for the speakers and for you all. Thank you very much. We turn to Dharma. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih semua. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you,
Prof.
Mrs.
Mrs.
Ari,
Nisa.
for bringing
Be
us
happy,
to
be
a very
healthy.
productive session today. Now, let's move on to the second session, which be moderated by Mrs. Rizda Yulianti, SKZ MSc. Alright, so I will introduce our second moderator that will lead the next session. She is Mrs. Rizda Yulianti, MSc. She graduated from Department of Biotechnology, Asia University, Taiwan. She currently is a faculty in Department of Nutrition, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. Ladies and gentlemen, please, for all audience who has joined this webinar, we invite you all, the speaker and the moderator, to come to the Zoom room, please.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rizda Yulianti, the second moderator of the session. Please let me greeting the General Director of Directorate General of Health Personnel, Ministry of Health, Ibu Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, that already stay with us. And then in this window, also already stay with us the Director Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, Ibu Eliana, and Vice Director 1, Bapak Agung Riyadi, and the Chair Department of Nutrition, Bapak Anang Wahyudi, and the faculty member as a host of this seminar. And we also welcome to our speakers in this session, Dr. Yang Chia-shi and Mr. Tetes Wahyu Witradharma. My apology that before we start to our session, we welcome to General Director of Directorate General of Health Personnel, Ministry of Health, to deliver the short speech for our international seminar. We please to Ibu Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, MKM.
Welcome, Bu Director General of Health Personnel, Ministry of Health Indonesia, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, MKM.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Ibu.
Good morning.
Greeting to all of us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan. It is my privilege to address you, Director of Health Polytechnic Bengkulu, and all the faculty members, distinguished speaker, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let's praise Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, the God amenity for all of His graces, so that today we can attend on the International Nutrition Seminar held by Health Polytechnic of Bengkulu. I share my gratitude to and appreciation to all the faculty members of the Health Polytechnic Bengkulu for organizing this seminar that is focused on an important topic, that perspective and functional food in handling the degenerative disease. Distinguished participants, as you all are aware, starting this year, 2022, the Ministry of Health of the Republic Indonesia conducting the health transformation. There are 6 pillar transformation, which include the transformation of the primary services, referral services, health system resilience, health human resources, and also the technology. The transformation of the health human resources include 3 priority activity. I'm aiming to achieve the indicator of the RPJMN 2022 and 2023 2024. As we know, the three priority activity include the fulfillment and the equality of the health human resources, its distribution, the increasing of the competition of the health human resources through the competition-based health training, and development the functional and position of the health human resources carrier. Wait a moment. With the as we know that in the new era COVID-19 pandemic, extra effort has been made to focusing the continually all the health programs such as the non-communicable disease, the maternal and child health, community nutrition, disease prevention and control, health promotion, and healthy lifestyle movement like Germas. With regard of the NCD, the generative disease urgent matter raised are representative mainly by obesity, cardiovascular disease, and diabetes. About 17 million people die prematurely each year from degenerative disease, and the number is continuing to grow. Worldwide patient with one or more degenerative disease representative over 30% of the population, and 70 until 80% of the public health resources are spent today on the management of the NCD. The data become even more worrying considering the most recent epidemiological projection, according to which in 2030, they will representative 80% of all the disease in the world. According to the WHO, the major determinant of the degenerative disease are mainly attributable to the behavior risk factor, such as unhealthy diet, poor nutrition, reduced fruit and vegetable intake, also high body mass index over 25, also cigarette smoking habit, and low level of physical activity. Strategic actions will be taken to create a conducive environment, increasing access for the community to perform the healthy lifestyle, raising awareness, motivation, and skill for behavior changing through the health education and promotion population-wide strategy. Improving diet and lifestyle is a critical component to curb and prevent the present epidemic of the non-communicable disease, particularly the degenerative disease, the leading cause of the morbidity and also the mortality in all development and developing countries. Health transformation in the first pillar, we know that we will strengthening the primary care, which is targeted by the Ministry of Health, will play an important role in framing and implementing of the healthy lifestyle program. Primary care conducting promotive and preventive action, focusing that diet is a part of an overall healthy lifestyle. Lifestyle also include activity and behavior, and also identifying the influence of the environment factor on the prevalence of the overweight, hypertension, and also the diabetes-related health behavior. The health polytechnic should be able to work closely with the primary care, formulating how practical guidelines and how to achieve the diet and lifestyle change with the need to be provided the general and risk population. One of the important of the following recommendation when eating at home and away from home need to be emphasized. The vital role of the healthcare professional is to approach and to address risk population with 30 minutes physical activity every day can be done through the primary care And physical activities should be conducted at all the stages of life, since children at school, yeah, and also for the people in a high-risk population, including the elderly. And I think we need the promotion to the workforce at a primary care, and health polytechnic could also do the massive campaign to the restaurant, food industry, school, aside from a local community. Such as would be not possible to perform through the selection of the curative and rehabilitative convention approach, because we know the curative is more expensive. We should spend more money than preventive. Collaboration between professional become the key success in overcoming health challenging, but it cannot a single health professional can solve that problem, but all health problem which we must doing by all the professional. I believe through the international seminar, Health Polytechnic Bengkulu can increase the knowledge and understanding of the lecturer, researcher, and also the student, and also improve the quality of the research activity in accordance with the target indicator of the Health Polytechnic Transformation Agenda. I confident it will strengthen all over 10,000 primary care in Indonesia through quality the health human resources. The result of the research activities should be also can be published, yeah, in the international and the national, and to be able to contribute for the national program. The fellow lecturer and student, finally, I would like to thanks to all of the participants of this seminar. I hope that we can learn more, a lot of many things, yeah, especially to be campaign and for achievement in overcoming the pandemic, and especially for the how the intake of the food and drink and food, especially to about the food and drink, to handling the generative disease, yeah. And most importantly, that people must stay productive and live with a healthy style. I think now many people now they realize about how important the healthy style. I put my biggest expectation to the Health Polytechnic Bengkulu to perform in this direction. I hope this day become the best moment for us to be better for the future. Have a wonderful seminar. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, MKM, for your very insightful speech and for your support to our activity. But before we start the photo session, we please to Ibu Eliana to give a greeting to our General Director of Health Personnel, Ministry of Health.
Thank you very much, Bu Ditjen, atas arahan dan sambutannya dan materi yang disampaikan kepada kami. Semoga bermanfaat untuk para partisipan seluruhnya, baik itu akademi untuk Sivitas Akademi Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu maupun dari provinsi yang lain. Banyak dari provinsi lain, Bu. Ada dari Palembang, dari dari Padang, dari seluruh provinsi hampir ada. Terima kasih banyak, Ibu.
Terima kasih Bu Eli. Mudah-mudahan sukses ya, Bu. Ya, mudah-mudahan sukses.
Amin. Terima kasih, Ibu.
Ya, kasih.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Eliana, for Ibu Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya. Please be willing with us to take a photo session and also with our speakers. And I hope the operator is already ready to capture our screen. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Arianti Anaya, and have a nice day. Okay, welcome to all participants. We already come to our main session. Here we already, I already see our speakers in this session. There are Dr. Yang Chia-shi. Hello, Dr. Shi. And
good morning. Can you hear
good morning.
me?
Yes,
Good morning.
hello, Professor. Okay,
Long time no
and,
see.
Hai chào buổi chiều.
Hai chào buổi chiều, yes.
And also there is Mr. Tetes Wahyu. Hello, Mr. Wahyu.
Halo. Halo, Profesor.
Okay, in this session, we already have the speakers who will deliver the speech. The first speaker is Dr. Yang Chia-shi from Asia University, Taiwan, who will present about the trend of research and development of functional food in Taiwan. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, Taiwan has a clear regulation regarding the labeling of health food. And the second speaker is Mr. Wahyu, will explain about the roles of probiotics in the management of disease. We expect today's session will give us with a variety of insights. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our first speaker. Her name is Dr. Yang Chia-shi.
Yes.
Okay, please the operator to show the CV. And she is an assistant professor in Department of Medical Laboratory Science and Biotechnology in Asia University, Taiwan. Actually, she is my teacher in Asia University. So please,
Yes.
Please let me greet her in Chinese. 老师你好。
你好。
我真的很高兴见到你啊。
太棒了，谢谢你。Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Shi. So here, I also want to introduce your English name. Her English name is Angela, because you know, Professor, Indonesia people have difficulty to speak Chinese name. So for the participant also can call Dr. Angela. Her specialization include functional food, functional analysis of mushroom and biotechnology management. She is the director of the Edible and Medicinal Mushroom Research Center in Asia University. And many research output did by Dr. Angela and her team have been distributed to the cosmetic and food industry. There are some published papers by Dr. Angela, especially in mushroom functional analysis. Okay. I'm confident that her presence today will teach us a lot. Okay, please welcome Dr. Angela Shi. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Rista. Thank you for your introduction. Very kindly and happy to see you again in the online in this seminar. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, bro.
Rista?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, would that be better like this way?
Yes, it's better.
Okay, okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. And I'm very honored to as a speaker in this seminar. So today's topic will be the current research and development of functional food in Taiwan. So because Rista already introduced me, so I will skip this page. Okay, so the key concept for today will be 4 of that. The first one is what is functional food? And the second will be the health food regulation in Taiwan. And the third one will be the trend and development of functional food in Taiwan. And the final will be the population health of food products in Taiwan. So first one is, what is functional food? can you see the word, or we skip this one?
Yes, it's moved. Yeah, we can see the words.
Like this one? Okay. Okay. So the functional foods are the food offer health benefits beyond their nutrition values. So actually, there's two categories of the functional foods. The first one is the conventional foods. That means they are natural, whole food ingredients that are rich in important nutrients. And the second one is the modified food that have been fortified with additional ingredients such as vitamin, mineral, probiotics, or fiber, etc. So let's take this one. So we can see that every day we have the fruit or vegetable or nuts or the whole grain or even the seafood or the fermented foods like your tempeh or kimchi or kefir. And also we have some herb and spices. They are all included into the conventional foods. And the second category will be the modified food, such like some fortified juice, like adding the iron in the juice, or some fortified milk alternative, such like the almond milk or coconut milk or cashew nut milk. Okay, and also the egg. Some of the eggs, they already adding some omega-3 or the DHA during in the feeds of the chicken. Okay, so in recent year, I think everyone suffered in the COVID-19. So the people around the world are paying more attention to the healthcare and also the immunity strengthening. So according to the Innova Market Insights database, there's more than 5,200 new dietary supplements emphasizing immunity healthcare were launched to the market in 2020. So that's making up 29%, nearly 30%. So let's take a look at the global functional food market growth. So you can see the frontier or functional food, they are keep growing and are expected to in the future 2 or 3 years. And also in the United States, they expect up to 2030, the dietary supplements market will grow significantly. Okay, let's take a look at the second part, the health food regulation in Taiwan. Under the Administration of Health and Welfare in Taiwan, we have an organization. It's called the Taiwan Food and Drug Administration, or we can call TFDA. Here is the logo of TFDA, the Taiwan inside, like a butterfly. And the mission of the TFDA is providing safe and effective medicine, and also the safe and healthy food. And the TFDA aims to become a trust guardian of food and medicine safety for the people, especially for the food, medicine, and medical device, and also the cosmetics. So that is why the logo has 4, like a butterfly, it's 4 parts. So the objectives of the TFDA will be also to constructing a complete and comprehensive system of food and drug safety management in order to practice and improve people's health and welfare. So let's take a look at the food management overview by the TFDA. The TFDA will, from the original, the raw material in the agriculture, the farmers that produce the food, and also ended to the consumer's part. So in each steps, they have to inspection those such like the trace and track of the food and its products, or to inspect the good hygiene practice of the food business operators. Even the products they has already made, they still have to take care about the labeling or advertising problems. So after the products on the market, they also have to be aware about the sellers, such like some food or beverage operator or the sellers, and also the safety issues. Finally, it's a consumer. They still have to take care about the risk communication or the food poisoning and expected reaction notification. So that's from the very beginning to the end of the consumers. The TFDA have to be cover all of that. And the TFDA also have a 5-point food safety policy for strengthened source control management, and also to re-establish the food production management system, and also strengthen the governance inspection capabilities, and also to increase the liability for producer and vendors. More importantly, to encourage and create oversight platforms for the customers, and also increasing all the food safety monitoring. So the TFDA, they enhance the food management regulation. So they retaining the source documents in written or electronic forms. And they also want to harmonization of international standards, want to meet with other countries. So the TFDA, they're rolling revision of the food hygiene and safety standards, and also retaining of the source and documents, and also reinforce of the management of health food and special dietary food, and also the clear labeling and safer choice for the consumers, and also for registration system of the food business, the monitoring for that. So here is the law. It's very important, the Health Food Control Act in Taiwan. There's including 7 chapters, starting from the general provision and also the health food permit, or the management of safety of the health foods, and labeling, advertising problem, and also the penalty as well. So we can quickly take a look at this chapter 1 and also the article 2, because in article 2 there is a very clear definition about the health food by the TFDA, and also the term about the health care effects for the healthy food. So in Taiwan, we have a dual system for health food permits. So if you want to get a logo or labeling to your products, you have to think about which track you have to follow. The first track is the individual assessment of the safety and stability and healthcare effects of the certified products. And the track 2 is mean the product ingredients conforming to the health food specification standards set by the central competent authority. There's only 2 kinds. One is the fish oil, including the DHA or EPA. And the second one is the ANCA. It's a red yeast rice like this one, or red mold rice. So if you follow the track 1, then you will get pass all the safety issues and assessment. Then they will issue the label like this one. It started from the English letter A and the number. But if you follow the track 2, they will start it from all the numbers. So that is the difference. Okay, because of the time limitation, I cannot talk about all the regulation or laws of the TFDA. So here is the information I provide for all the audience. If you have the interest about the Taiwan Food and Drug Administration and their platform, their network or authority information, you can take a picture of this one and you can scan the QR code. You can connect it to the website. Okay, let's go to the third part, the trend and development of functional food in Taiwan. Let's take a look at this figure. From 2002 up to 2020, we can see the trend of health food market in Taiwan. The conventional foods is starting from 29.2 billion new Taiwan dollars up to 67.2, nearly 2 times growing in the market. And in the dietary supplement is growing more faster, even the 4 times, from 20 billion to 87.5 billions. So it is really big market in Taiwan as well. So in Taiwan, we have, if you want to get the health food permits, get the small green man levels, there's only 30 effects you can apply for your products. So I give you the list up here, there's 13 of that. And I mark in the red color is mean in the recent 2 years, this 6 effects is most of the products, they focus on these 6 effects. Especially like gastrointestinal function improvement, or liver function, or immunomodulatory function, or lipid regulation, or not easy to form body fat function, and also the blood sugar regulation function. That's most of the product they apply for the health food permits in those areas. And interestingly, the Taiwan the Food Research Organization, like recently doing the research, they want to know after the COVID-19 pandemic, how about the Taiwanese people, their physically and psychology status, what is that? So they found out there's 4 very interesting. In the past, that's not really a problem, but recently in these 2 years is a problem, like poor vision. That's all the people say, oh no, I have a problem about my eye, or prone to insomnia, and also increase in the immunity or easily anxious. So because of this status, that increase the health food products in Taiwan markets, such like the lutein is good for the eye, or probiotics is good for the stomach and also the immunity, and also the multivitamins, or even the chicken essence is very popular in Taiwan. Okay, from these word clouds, we can see in the recent few years, the healthy problem and the food or the nutrients or the homemade or cuisine or any were related to healthy food has become more important. So in Taiwan, we including the functional foods and health foods, you can get a label, or the dietary supplement foods, these 3 parts, or including in specific nutrient foods. But under this health food production, the most proportion value in Taiwan in 2020, the total is 90.6 billion, the value. The majority, 27%, is microbiome original products, and followed by the plant products. And the third one is the grain products, and 40% of animal original products. And some, about 4%, is healthy cooking oil. So the microbiome health food is become very popular in Taiwan, because in 2020, you can see the total is 24.5 billion value. 50% is probiotics. So, you know, in the Taiwanese people, they eating probiotics nearly every day. Okay, so there's many different products. I will introduce that later. And also the fungi and their metabolism is about 28%. And the fermented foods, such like some enzyme drink or fermented food, is about 70%. Algae foods and algae products is about 5%. So why the microbiome is so important? because in many research, they mention about if you want to have a good health, you have to take care about your microbiome in your bodies, because during our lifespan, it is decreasing the number and diversity of its constitution is also associated with the disease and aging. So let's take a look at the recently popular health food products in Taiwan. So the first one is the probiotics and symbiotic supplement products, as I say, because that's 50% of this area. So you can see even the Centrums, they're so famous pharmaceutical companies, they also selling the probiotics products. They also adding some supplement, such like the pineapple enzyme inside, or some vegetable enzyme inside. So nowadays in Taiwan, we like to eating like this one, not tablet. We like eating in the small pack and powder, because that's easy to carry and easy to swallow. And the second one is immunomodulatory functional yogurt. And here is the, they got the health food permit, and two of that. The first one is modulation, the allergic constitution, and the second one is immunomodulatory function. So they have the capsule type, and also they have the yogurt, like the Japanese yogurt, and also the yogurt, the functional yogurt. So nowadays it's very popular. You can buy those in the supermarket or even in 7-Eleven convenience store. And the third one is functional tea. Taiwanese people like drink tea. And so this company is producing the mineral water. But nowadays their new product is multi-vegetable drink. And this drink, they got many patents because they including 6 very natural materials inside. And they also have the scientific proven by the medical university. They found out they can improving this disease or this syndrome. And the fourth one is another kind of functional tea, because in Taiwan, we have many gourmet food. So many people is getting fatter and fatter. So not easy to form body fat is very important for Taiwanese people. So you can see we have many different kinds of the drink. And you can, maybe if you understand Chinese, they say 油切, that means oil cuts, the cut oil. Why they can cut oil? Actually, it's because they have the green tea and some chicory fibers inside. So after your meal, if you drink these functional teas, they will to avoid your body to absorb the fat. So they have different kinds of vegetable or even the camellia extract and other fibers in the drink. Okay, the fifth one is called kabuja. Now it's very popular in Taiwan. I'm not sure if you have this chart in Indonesia. The kabuja actually is a tea mushroom, or we can call it tea fungus, because that is fermented with the sweetened black tea. So they, if you drink this kind of tea, it's good for your health. And not only in Asia countries, also globally in Europe or Germany, they like this tea. So the global kabuja market was worth about $1.7 billion in 2019. And kabuja is produced by the symbiotic fermentation of the sugar tea using a symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast. So that's what we call SCOBY. So you can see in Taiwan, we have many different brands. It's all the kabuja. And the sixth one is the functional chicken essence drink. The chicken essence is not chicken soup. It's totally different. Because when they are preparing this chicken essence, you can make it in your home as well. You just put the fresh chicken slice the chicken and put it into the bowl and just steam it without any water. So after you steam the chickens, they will produce this essence, is chicken essence. So nowadays the companies, they prepare that as a Tetra Pak. So in each box, they probably have 5 or 6 different Tetra Pak. So each Tetra Pak, you can open it and put it into the cup, and you can drink it in cold, or you can drink it, you can use a microwave to heat it. So that's very popular. Even some of them, they're adding some Chinese herb. So that's why the color is different. Okay, so the second one is LG health food products. So many companies, they making the products like a little bottle, easy to drink, or they have the tablet, or even making like a cookies. So the add one is the wood ear mushroom drink. Because the research topic is a mushroom, so I will focus more about the mushroom drink. Why the wood ear is so popular is because there are 2 kinds of dietary fiber, the non-water soluble and water soluble. That's good for the health, and they can lowering the blood lipids and lowering the blood sugar, and also protecting cardiovascular. So the wood ear actually is a very popular vegetable we're using in Chinese cuisine. But nowadays, the company, they're making this bottle. So each of the bottle is about 60 to 80 Taiwanese dollars. It's not very cheap. Okay, the 9th is the Linji coffee. Okay, you can see this Linji is Ganoderma lucidum. It's kind of mushroom. It's very bitter. So that's a medicinal mushroom. So normally we slice that and cooking with the water and drink like a tea. But now the companies, they adding into the coffee, because the coffee being also a little bit bitter. But if you add the linji, you can add in the polysaccharide inside. So it's much healthier than only drink the coffee. Okay, the final one is the mycelium fermentation concentrated drink. This is one kind of the mushroom as well. It's growing on the very special tree, only growing in Taiwan. So only Taiwan can harvest this kind of mushroom. But nowadays, the companies, they using the mycelium, use the fermentation technologies. So they making the product, put into the Tetra Pak. So they including 5 kinds of precious mushroom polysaccharides inside. Okay, let me introduce my Edible and Medicinal Research Mushroom Research Center in Asia University. This university research center is already 12 years, and it's focused on the new emerging health and medical mushroom, such like Tremella fusiformis or Grifola frondosa. That's Japanese love this mushroom. And also we doing the research about the medicinal mushroom as well. In our research center, we also have an environmental control cultivation room. And so we can have the cooperation with the companies if they want to scale up or to do the small scale of the cultivation mushroom. We can provide the environment for them. And also we have the information system to monitoring the CO2, the air, and also the humidity. Our research center is also training students. So we're training more than 120 undergraduate students and more than 40 master students, including 10 of the master student is international, including the Indonesia students, 6 of that. And you can see that it's a young Rista here. We take the photo a long time ago.
Young Rista.
Okay, so nowadays the mushroom cultivation in Taiwan, we're using this environmental control. So there's no toxic, no additives or pesticides needed. So it's total quality control. Let me take an example as Tremella fusiformis. Because the Tremella fusiformis, they have rich in polysaccharide. And the polysaccharide especially is the beta-glucan. So we know the beta-glucan is very good for the health, especially for the antioxidants or anti-inflammatory or anti-tumor. So in the past 10 years, we also are helping the companies to developing the mushroom products, the healthy products, such like high fiber drink or high fiber drink with a cranberry or with a passion fruit, put the polysaccharide in their passion fruit. And also we prepare for the company as a mushroom and vegetable instant soup and or in the healthy drink. And nowadays, we are already technology transfer the Tremella fusiformis cultivation technology to a company, so they can produce a large amount of the Tremella fusiformis in Taiwan now, and they also are developing more products. So we also can add the Tremella fusiformis into the noodles or into the bread, because they will avoiding the aging of the noodle or the bread, or we can make in the sweet or dessert in a can. And also we can put into the cosmetic, because the polysaccharide of the Tremella is like the hyaluronic acid, as the hydrogen effect is very good. And also they have a good effect about the UV protection. So here is a patent we gained innovation patents in Chinese and also in Japan. In Chinese, we got the Tremella about the anti-UV effects. And for the Japan's patents, we protect the retinal pigment epithelial cells. So that's why we gained the patents in Japan. Okay, I think the fungal or the fungi health and nutrition foods, I think is the very potential raw materials in the future. So because the mushroom is about 2,000 kinds of edible mushrooms, as we already know. So I think the government or research centers, they can put more efforts to this high economic value fungal healthy foods. Okay, this one is my last slide. I think nowadays we're talking about the precision medicine. We also have to talk about the precision health materials, because the new materials development and to add it to the person's dietary. And also we have to take care about the gut microbiota, and personal nutrition advice also important in the future. Nowadays, we use the AI or the app to collecting the data, the personal data about the health data. So we can provide more information to the food company or food industry to innovate the new technology to making a better food, better healthy food. Okay, that's about today's my topic. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Angela. Thank you for your extremely interesting speech. I think the audience already have the question, but please, for the audience, keep your question to the speaker, because we have a Q&A session in the last session. And Professor Angela, please stay with us in Zoom.
Okay, no problem.
We go to the Mr. Tetes Wahyu Wikradharma as the second speaker. I will introduce him. He is an assistant professor in Department of Nutrition, Health Polytechnic of Bengkulu. Currently, he is the chair of Associate Program in Nutrition and Dietetics. Mr. Wahyu received his master's degree from Andalas University, West Sumatra. His area of specialization is clinical nutrition and dietetics for degenerative disease. He also has published some papers in this related area. In this session, Mr. Wahyu will share more about the probiotics because before Dr. Angela already highlight about the probiotics. As we know, the probiotic is one of the popular functional food. He will explain about how the probiotics works in the management of degenerative disease. Thank you. For Mr. Wahyu, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rizda. Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to say thank you for coming to my presentation. It's great to see you all. Excuse me. Let me share my presentation. Okay. Can you see my presentation? Okay. The topic today is about probiotics and their roles in the management of diseases. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tetes Wahyu Dharma, and I am lecturer in Nutrition Department of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. And today, I would like to give you a brief agenda of my presentation. First, about introduction, and then classification and selection criteria, probiotics mechanism of action, therapeutic uses of probiotics, and health benefits and clinical application of probiotics, and the last about recommendation. The word probiotic is derived from the Greek word meaning for life, and then these are non-pathogenic in live organism. When given in adequate amount will have beneficial effect on the host. Okay, this is the key. And today, the Food and Drug Authority, or FDA, and the World Health Organization, or WHO, define probiotic as live microbes, which when given in adequate amount provides health benefit to the host. In my insight, the concept of adding living microorganism is food is not new. In 76 BC, Plinius, a Roman historian, discussed about gastroenteritis and administration of fermented milk is treatment. And in the 20th century, several authors like Mechnikov and Tizier introduced the oral administration of living microorganism for dairy and to reduce the toxin producing bacteria in the gut by modifying the gut microbiota. Fermented products such as beer, wine, kefir, kumis, and cheese have also been used for nutritional and therapeutic purposes for decades. Okay, the next slide is about classification and selection criteria. Probiotics are known by genus, species, and strain. Those should also be considered because probiotics consumed at higher dose will not always mean that it will have a greater health benefit than one given at lower dose. These probiotics are supplemented in food like fermented milk products, either singly or in combination. Furthermore, I would to express more detail regarding classification and criteria. The strain designation is important because same species will have different strains, hence different health effects. New genera and strains of probiotics are continuously emerging with more advanced and focused research efforts. Probiotics products may have either one or mixture of more than one strain. Probiotic effects are strain specific and cannot be generalized. A single strain may exhibit different benefits when used individually and in combination. Okay. Probiotics mechanism of action. Probiotics bacteria have many functions in the house. However, there is no proper documentation of the exact mechanism by which probiotics achieve their beneficial action on the host cell. Probiotics affect epithelial cells, dendritic cells, monocytes or macrophages, T cells, and B cells of the gastrointestinal tract differently. But there are several mechanisms that may explain many of the positive effects, such as modifying gut pH, antagonizing pathogens through the production of antimicrobial compounds, competing for pathogen binding and receptor sites, as well as for available nutrient and growth factors, stimulating immunomodulatory cells and producing lactase. In addition, the gastric host defense mechanism, for example, gastric activity and bile, is a harsh environment. To reach the small intestine and colonize the host, probiotic might survive this acidic environment so it can exert its effect and be beneficial. Despite the differences between species and strain, at pH value below 3, this organism generally exhibit increased sensitivity. This is why acid tolerance is one desirable property that is being used in selecting probiotic strain. Next, probiotic can also activate the immune response by secreting immunoglobulins like IgA, or increasing the number of natural killer cells, and even enhancing phagocytic activity or macrophages. Probiotic also digest food and compete for nutrient with pathogen. Furthermore, the other beneficial of probiotics mechanism should be explained, such as when pathogenic organism enter the GI tract, some strain of bifidobacteria and lactobacilli act as colonization barriers, or Lactobacillus rhamnosus strain GG and Lactobacillus plantarum 299 phi. Both of these organisms do not allow attachment of the Escherichia coli to human colon because they already have adhered to mucosal epithelium. The synthesis of antimicrobial compound is a mechanism of action wherein probiotics modify the microbial flora. Probiotics induce host cells to release peptides directly, affecting pathogen and thus prevent their epithelial attack. The following antimicrobial peptides released from the gut epithelial cells are defense, bacteriocin, hydrogen peroxide, nitrogen peroxide, and short-chain fatty acid, such as lactic fatty acid, acetic, and catalysadine. Okay, this is the probiotic mechanism of action. Finally, major probiotic mechanism of action include enhancement of the epithelial barrier, increased adhesion to intestinal mucosa, and concomitant inhibition of pathogen adhesion, and competitive exclusion of pathogenic microorganisms, production of antimicroorganisms, substances, and modulation of the immune system. Okay, the therapeutic uses of probiotics. To attain a successful clinical outcome, it is crucial to use the same probiotic strain that have evidence demonstrated desired therapeutic action. There are many characteristics of probiotic microbes, but it is best to follow International Scientific Association Probiotics and Prebiotics consensus, which states that a probiotic must be alive when administered, have a health benefit, and be delivered an effective dose. The number of live organisms present in the product determines the dosage of probiotic foods and supplement. The application of therapeutic therapeutic treatment in modern medicine. For example, probiotic strains like Saccharomyces boulardii and like Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG are used in prevention of antibiotic-associated diarrhea. And Saccharomyces boulardii, Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG, or both, can be used for preventing Clostridium difficile infection or CDI. And the next example, Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG and Saccharomyces boulardii prevent recurrence after first CDI. Okay, we are going to see the health benefits and clinical application for probiotics according to organ. First, gastrointestinal system. Probiotics are recommended for prophylaxis and treatment of acute gastroenteritis and antibiotic associated diarrhea. Probiotics enhance growth and improve clinical outcomes when supplemented with infant formula. Probiotics used for conditions like inflammatory bowel disease, irritable bowel syndrome, constipation, lactose intolerance, allergies, cancer, hepatic disease, hyperlipidemia, Helicobacter pylori infection. The next, the new innovation of using probiotic have been claimed in Europe. Europe Pediatric Gastroenterology Association recommended that the use of established probiotic prophylaxis and treatment of acute gastroenteritis in kids. The specific probiotics like Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG is effective in preventing antibiotic-associated diarrhea. Saccharomyces boulardii, Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG, and Lactobacillus reuteri are probiotics of choice in treating acute gastroenteritis, IBS, and antibiotics-associated diarrhea. Next, respiratory system. Probiotic consumption reduces the occurrence of respiratory tract infection in kids. Lactobacillus rhamnosus is one of common use probiotics. The benefit of probiotics in GI disorders are similar with the effect found in upper respiratory infections. However, there is a little information regarding colonization in upper respiratory tract epithelium and possible colonization of the related mucosal tissues. Probiotic mechanism of action in the upper respiratory is still under scrutiny. However, the mechanism is linked with the mechanism in GIT. Like in the GIT, probiotic bacteria could bind to a pathogen or virus, which result in the inhibition that pathogen attachment to receptor of host cell. Lactic acid bacteria antiviral activity can be by the following mechanism. Next, cardiovascular system. Diet modification changes the gut bacterial composition, which is vital for either prophylaxis or cure of cardiac disease. Adding the probiotic have improved disease states, specifically then metabolic syndrome-related cardiovascular diseases like hypertension, hypercholesterolemia, obesity, cardioarterial disease, diabetes, and cardiomyopathy. There are so many factors associated with risk factor of cardiovascular disease dealing probiotic consumption. Risk factors for cardiovascular disease are related to high level, low density lipoprotein or LDL cholesterol, increased triglyceride rich lipoprotein, and level of high density cholesterol. Genetic makeup, health body composition, and states of pre-existing disease can also add on to the risk. The change in gut microbe related to a disease state in link with individual diet. Probiotics are involved in host immune modulation and affects the growth, the function of organs. The cardiovascular disease states occur through altered gut microbes affecting the metabolic components. Probiotic if supplement decrease the incidence of cardiovascular disease in study done recently. Okay, next. in the urinary system. In female, infection by the urinary pathogen is almost always through ascending infection from the rectum and vagina to urethra and bladder. The lactobacillus organisms that are normal present in the vagina of a healthy woman spread from the rectum and perineum and form a barrier in the vagina to bladder entry by uropathogen. In addition, the concept of artificial increasing the amount of lactobacilli through probiotic administration has long been thought of, but only recently been shown to be possible. Not all lactobacilli are effective, and to date, clinical efficacy not only exists for Lactobacillus rhamnosus GR1 and Lactobacillus reuteri B54 and RC14. These strains are only commercially available in Australia, and therefore, for most urologists, when some probiotic organism will reduce the recurrences of bladder cancer or oxaluria, no probiotic can be recommended widely to prevent UT at present. It is according to Reid Andrews, 2006. Reproductive health problems of women are not same between developed and developing countries. Lactobacillus is a dominant type of bacteria present in vagina. It is affected by several factors like dietary intake, menstrual status, sexual practice, socioeconomic status, and genetic. Okay, immune system. In 2015, the World Allergy Organization, or WHO, released probiotic usage guideline for prevention of allergy. Gut microbiota is an important factor in the increasing occurrence of immune-related disorders like asthma, inflammation, atopy, musculoskeletal disorders, and liver fibrosis. Okay. Probiotic suppresses pathogenic bacteria in the gut, which the activity of macrophages of peritoneum and spleen. In malnutrition process, the probiotic administration contributes to restore the stimulus histology and stimulates the adaptive immune response. The probiotic, when consumed, stimulated the induction signals of bacteria on their cell wall structure. Probiotic bacteria affect the toll-like receptor present on gut epithelial cells or immune cells linked with lamina propria. Okay, this is the picture of immune system. The immune system defend the human body against enemies such as viruses, bacteria, fungi, foreign matters, and tumor etiology. And generally, the immune system is shaped by two parts, the innate or general and the adaptive or specialized system. B anti-lymphocyte make up the adaptive immune response, which is related to antigen and antibody. Okay, finally, I would like to convey some recommendation about my presentation. First, probiotic can be an adjuvant treatment to various types of gastrointestinal disorders like diarrhea, colitis, necrotizing enterocolitis, and inflammatory bowel disease. The use of probiotics holds the promise of improving outcomes in treatment of illness. However, an increased understanding of the role in this disease states is important for the development of medicine directed mostly to diet modification. And as Hippocrates would put it, let food buy medicine and medicine buy the food. Thank you very much for your attention. Back to Mrs. Uli.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wahyu. Thank you, Mr. Wahyu, for your insightful speech. The participant in Zoom may have prepared several questions for our two speakers. I will begin our discussion with 3 questions. Is there any participant want to ask by video or by direct to our speakers? You can raise your hand. Okay. I think there is Mr. Anang Wahyudi already raised hand. Please,
Okay.
Mr. Anang.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for opportunity. Hello, Angela and Mr. Tetes. I am Anang from Nutrition Department in Bengkulu. I would like a question about both of you. Previously, we will for information for Angela. We will also have collaborated with Asia University for food healthy in the from mini conference activity in the future. Maybe I hope we will like collaborated together. Okay, my question is the first for Angela. Prof, we know the development of functional food science has opportunity in the Taiwan. We know, maybe I know a functional food science has the opportunity to able to deal with stunting. You know stunting? Stunting is the negative impact on generative disease in the future for children affected by stunting. And you know the nutrition problem that currently exists in Indonesia due to food intake that is very like in day of life. Is there any recent reach of functional food with stunting maybe and degenerative disease? This is my question. Maybe the second speaker from to Mr. Tetes Wahyu. What is the describe of giving probiotic food menu to patient with degenerative disease in Indonesia? Maybe or inflammatory bowel disease. Maybe you describe us to menu probiotic food maybe. Okay. This is my question to both of speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anang. Maybe I will repeat the question. For Dr. Shi, Mr. Anang want to ask about this is the maybe the common problem, the health problem in Indonesia and also in the developing country. Developing country is the stunted, right? Stunted or stunting in the children. So it's like the nutrition problem for the chronic nutrition disease in children. So there is many research that already reported that there is a correlation between the stunting or stunted in the children, in the stunted children, they will have a potency to have a degenerative disease more when they are getting adult, right? So maybe the question from Mr. Anang is there any food, right, that will be functional for this case? Okay, please, Dr. Shi.
Okay, because I'm the first time to hear about the stunting or something. Yeah, I'm so not quite understand that kind. So what is the syndrome of this disease?
Okay,
what is the syndrome?
So maybe it's not really the priority, maybe right in Taiwan, but in Indonesia it's really a problem. So it's because the chronic nutrition status. So the children have a very bad nutrition status in the how to say, in the long duration or long time, and then it impact to the head of the body, and but it's also impact also for the cognitive and also the health status. Yeah.
Okay,
So
because I'm not quite understand this disease yet, but I think the functional food or the food is more important is the balance. I think most of the children, maybe they didn't eat the balanced food. So maybe they only one kind of food, they like it, but the others veggie, they don't like it. So that is the way we have to think about if we can use some food technology to prepare the food is balanced food, balanced nutrition, but making to let the children like the food, like this functional food and eat it. I think that will improve this problem. That is my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shi. And for Mr. Wahyu, maybe already prepared answer.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Anang. Okay, before we take care of the patient, we have to know the diagnosis of a patient according to disease, of course. And the case that give to me about the gastrointestinal tract disease, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. I think the application of therapeutic treatment is modern medicine. For example, there are many probiotics we can use, such as Saccharomyces boulardii and then Lactobacillus rhamnosus are used in prevention of antibiotic-associated diarrhea. So this is as a prevention only. And Saccharomyces boulardii, Lactobacillus rhamnosus or both can be used for preventing Clostridium difficile infection, and Lactobacillus rhamnosus or Saccharomyces boulardii can prevent recurrence after first CDI. So if we talk about take care about the patient, we have to know how doctor diagnose the patient first. Is it as a prevention only, or it is a care cure the patient? Because if we talk about food, we must consult the doctor how can we give the food from appropriate food from for the patient. For example, if we know the disease of a patient, we can use that probiotics to the patient appropriately, like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wahyu. Mr. Anang, is there any comments? No? Is it really clear?
Yes, okay, thank you for your answer about my question. Both of you, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anang, for the question. Okay, I already checked the question from other participant here. There is one question from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu from Aisyah. This is for Dr. Shi, Dr. Angela. The question is, what are the requirements of for a product to be called a functional food, and what is the difference with the health food in Taiwan? And that's the question. And for the second from her, the second question is, if the food has been modified like a product, will the natural ingredient reduce their nutritional value, and how to anticipate it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for providing these questions. The first one, what we call a functional food, of course, it has to be proved by the scientific research. So it's not all the food is, we can call that functional food, because we have to proven by the scientists to understand the extraction and the ingredients or chemical or the functions of the ingredients. And the second one is the second.
What is the difference? What is the difference with the health food, Professor? Between the functional and the health food, yes.
Okay, in Taiwan, the health food is for the health food permit. So that's only that 13 I just list in the TFDA. Yeah, so you have to apply within this, your products is past any of that, so you can get the label, the Green Man label. Otherwise, it only can call the functional food only, not health food.
Okay, so the health food is already the functional food that already proven, right? Proven and legitimate by the government, right? Okay.
Yes.
And if it's modified, will the natural ingredients reduce, Dr. Shi?
I think not really have to reduce the nutrients value. And because the companies, they will doing the research, and also they will prepare the formula. So they will prepare how many ingredients we added, such like the iron or others, not affect the original, such like the milk or the juice. Maybe they will change the pH value, but they have to adjust for that.
Okay, so it needs to pass many examination, of course, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And here there is a question from Afriana, Mrs. Afriana from Health Polytechnic of Palembang. Many products of health food in your presentation, whether they contain single substances or multiple substances. And we know that in the multiple substances usually has interaction between the components, whether synergistic or antagonistic interaction. Yeah. How to anticipate the antagonistic, maybe the interaction. Yes, Dr. Shi.
For me?
Maybe.
Okay.
So in your presentation, Mrs. Abriana asking about the whether the product in your presentation, they already combined about the interaction between the components. If many components inside, right? So maybe somehow there is an antagonistic interaction between the substance.
Yeah, so that's what I say. The company have to do the test and examine each ingredient, what is the maximum volume they can add it into this formula. So not 100%. So how many percent? They have to test for that. So that will be the know-how for each company, the formulation. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, this is actually very interesting, audience, because professors is really experienced when they their team distribute their research to the industry, and they already got some patent, of course, right? From the research center. And here there is a question also from Ade to Dr. Shi. What is ingredient in Tremella fusiformis can cause stimulators of human function and how they work?
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, because in previously we do the animal test for the Tremella fusiformis extraction. So we found out one kind of the protein substance that will have the immunomodulation activity. They can stimulate the macrophage to enhance the phagocytic activity and then help the immunobalance. So, and they also, Tremella fusiformis actually can exhibit some pro-inflammatory activities such like the NO production or pro-inflammatory cytokinase, that kind of things. So we do do the animal test and prove that. Yeah.
Okay, and thank you, Dr. Su. And maybe there is also the question about the traditional Chinese medicine. Whether traditional Chinese medicine before they are distributed to the consumer also have to pass trials first by the FDA.
Oh yes, of course. Of course, even that's a traditional Chinese medicine using 1,000 years ago, but still we have to have the safety assessments and have to pass all the regulation of TFDA. Of course, yeah.
Okay, we have many questions. Thank you for all participants. And is there any participant want to ask from here? I mean, by raise your hand. And maybe for Mr. Wahyu, is there any other question?
Okay, thank you. I think I see one question for me, Mrs. Sista. Can I answer?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
It is a good question. What happens when we take too much probiotics? Okay, the answer is this. Taking too many probiotics won't cause any danger side effect or death. So it cannot be somewhat death, yeah. But it can cause uncomfortable symptoms like gas, bloating, and upset stomach. However, people with severe illness or who are in immune compromise should consult with a doctor before taking probiotics. I think that my answer is Isra.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wahyu. So even they are functional, if we consume it's more more than we need, it will be give also the bad effect, of course, right? And here maybe the last question for Dr. Shi and also the speaker. How the trend maybe for after the pandemic or during the pandemic for the public interest in the market for functional food, is it more increasing? Because in your slide, in the 9th slide, Dr. Shi, is in the market interest is always increasing every year, right? But how's in the pandemic? Is it increase more?
Yeah, of course, increasing many more. Even you can see in the TV advertising, every section you can see all the functional food or the healthy foods advertising always, the all day. And because of COVID-19, many people will be quarantined at home. So I think that will take more care about their own health. So the consumption of the health food or functional food is really increasing in the market in Taiwan. That's obviously, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that's all. I already read all the questions from the participant. Thank you for Dr. Shi, Dr. Angela, and
thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Wahyu for a very interesting session in here. And maybe I will conclude our session just for the short conclusion. So in Taiwan, we know that the functional food they already have the regulation to get a term for health food. Yeah, it's a control by the FDA. So maybe not all research about the functional food can get the logo, right? The logo for the health food. It needs to many examination, and it's also for the control to how to say, to protect our consumer when they consume the health food. And actually it's interesting because in Taiwan we can get oh, this one is health food, so we hope that it has the benefit for our health. And actually in Indonesia we also like a tea, Professor, but I think we need to reduce our sugar, our sugar inside. And also for the conclusion from the presentation of Mr. Wahyu, for the probiotics, it's really have a benefit, especially for the gastrointestinal function improvement, and also for the dosage, right? The dosage and the amount we need to consume is need to be attention. Okay, that's all maybe from us. And as an appreciation from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, we would like to present the certificate. Maybe we please time first to remind the team. Wait a minute. I think the Vice Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu already joined with us.
Oh yes.
Okay. Yes, please, Mr. Agung.
Okay, thank you, Moderator. Good afternoon, Prof. Yang Cisia as or Mrs. Angela, and Mr. Tetes Wahyu Widardama. For the presentation made during this seminar on this recent occasion, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu also presented certificate to speaker as a token of appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, the Vice Director 1, Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu, Mr. Agung Riyadi, for already give the appreciation certificate for our speakers. And the last but not least, thank you, Professor Angela and Mr. Wahyu, for their really engaging lecture today. Please give our special speaker a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
We appreciate and thank for all audience already joining, participating, and ask many questions in this seminar. Thank you. We return to the MC, Ms. Darmawati.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Tetes.
Prof.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Prof.
you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rista.
Yeah.
I hope I can see you in Indonesia or in Taiwan.
Oh, sure. Welcome, Professor.
Welcome to Asia University.
Yeah.
Welcome all to Asia University.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So I will leave the meeting, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
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 Thank you, Mr. Agung. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Rizda, for bringing us to the second session today. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of today's agenda. Let us close the seminar by reciting Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. When you leave today's seminar, I would like to read some announcement for the participant. Please fulfill the present form. You can click the link of present form in the chat box. For the certificate of participant, it will be sent your registered email. I hope we get a deeper insight about functional food from our seminar today and consume them in our daily. Thank you very much for your attention. See you in the next seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Di rumah bukan berarti menyerah. Di rumah saja bukan berarti tak berbuat apa-apa. Hidup memang kita yang tentukan, tapi kita punya pilihan.
Memilih memutus rantai penyebaran atau justru memperparah keadaan. Kita harus berani berbuat. Ikuti semua aturan dengan taat dan percayalah, kita manusia-manusia kuat.